enforcement hearing for the city of North Miami. Today is Wednesday, May the 1st, 2024. I'm Jose Smith, Special Magistrate for the city of North Miami. The magistrate is empowered under the Florida statutes and the city code to hold code violation hearings. The purpose of this hearing is to determine if a code violation exists at your property as observed and cited by a code enforcement officer of the city. If the city is not able to prove its case, then I will dismiss the case and you may leave. These proceedings are being recorded, so all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all the testimony is clearly audible.
Recording in progress.
I apologize. I thought I selected it, but unfortunately I didn't.
You can just copy my prior introduction and make it part of the record. These proceedings are being recorded, so all persons who are speaking should do so one at a time to ensure that all testimony is clearly audible on the recording device. If English is not your primary language, then please inform me when I call your case. We have translators who will assist you during the proceedings. When your case is called, the property owner, agent for the property owner, and any witnesses that you may have should announce your presence. When asked, please speak directly into the microphone and say aloud your name, spell it, your business or mailing address, your relationship to the property. And if you are not the property owner or an attorney representing the property owner, then you must present a notarized power of attorney or an affidavit in order for your testimony to be taken on behalf of the property owner. For new cases, you will be asked for the record if you're aware and understand the violation that is being heard today. And if you understand what is required to resolve the violation, please let us know accordingly. The city will present its case first, and then the property owner will be given an opportunity to testify on his behalf or her behalf, to bring forward any witnesses to testify, to present evidence and photographs, and you also have the right to cross-examine the city's witnesses. Following the case presentation, I will issue findings of fact on the case. If I find that a violation of city codes exists or existed on the property, then depending upon the case, I will set an abatement or a compliance date for the violation to be resolved, or for repeat violations, I will impose a daily fine amount. For new non-repeat cases, my order will also include an abatement date by which you must resolve the violation, and a daily fine amount that I may impose at a future hearing should the violation not be resolved by the abatement date or the compliance date. If I find sufficient cause to postpone enforcement action at this time, I will table or continue the case until another date in the future. If you do not agree with my findings of fact or my ruling, then the property owner may appeal my administrative order on the case to the Circuit Court of Miami-Dade County. An appeal must be filed timely within 30 days of the date of the execution of the order to be appealed. In accordance with Florida law, if a person decides to appeal any decision made by a special magistrate with respect to any matter considered at these proceedings, then the person will need a verbatim record or a transcript of the proceeding. This record or transcript includes the testimony and evidence upon which the appeal is to be based. Cost of obtaining the verbatim record shall be the sole responsibility of the appellant or the property owner, and it is recommended that persons who plan to appeal the case should provide their own court reporter at these proceedings. Pursuant to city codes, the city of North Miami prevails in prosecuting a case before the special magistrate. The city shall be entitled to recover all costs incurred in prosecuting the case. The current cost assessment is in the amount of $100 per case. Once the city records an order that imposes a fine and authorizes a lien against the property, then the city will charge administrative fees to record and release the lien. So I'll turn it over now to the clerk for further proceedings and swearing in the witnesses and the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, Magistrate, at this time, we'll go ahead and allow the officer to administer the oath to the code officers as well as the translators, but we'll start with the code officers first. So if you all can enable your cameras, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give in these proceedings will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? If so, say aloud, I do.
I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead with the translators. Translators, if you can please enable your audio and video.
Ready.
Please raise your right hands. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the translations which you are about to give in these proceedings will be accurate and correct to the best of your knowledge, skill, and ability? Say, I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Carter. Officer Carter. So good morning, everyone, and thank you for participating in today's special magistrate hearing. I will review the process by which today's hearing will be conducted. Make sure your device is all muted unless you are given a testimony on a case. If you are using two devices to participate in today's hearing, be sure your audio is only enabled in one device. When your case is called, if you are signed into the Zoom, you will receive a notification giving you access to the audio and video so that you may give your testimony. If you are physically here at the City Hall and wish to give a testimony, you must sign in with the code clerk and await your text message indicating your case is ready to be heard. Upon receiving the text message, you should immediately come to the code compliance office to be provided with access to a computer. If you would like to speak on behalf of a case, once the case is called, you should click the raise hand button to be acknowledged. Before giving your testimony on a case, please state your name, property address, relationship to the property. If you wish to have an interpreter assist during this case, please indicate this when your case is called. Magistrate, that concludes the instructions.
Okay, any additions, deletions, amendments to the agenda that you wish to make at this time?
We do have some amendments. Item number 11 is closed. 12 is closed.
Wait.
Sure.
Give me a chance to get there. 11 is closed.
Closed. They have complied.
Complied. Okay. All
12,
right.
12 is closed. They complied.
Good.
And 17.
Okay.
They're closed and complied. At this time, I'm going to allow Officer Carter to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay. Go right ahead, officer.
Ms. Carter?
Coming. I'm sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America
and to the
republic for which it stands,
one
nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Magistrate, before I start with the first case, I would like to give you your abatement dates.
All right.
You have May 22nd. You have June 20, as well as July 24th.
Excellent.
All right. You're welcome.
All right. Is the city attorney present or will be present?
She is present.
Good morning,
right.
Special Magistrate. Yes, I'm present.
Okay, I just wanted to be sure because we may have some legal issues later on. I reviewed the agenda and I may have some questions. Want to make sure that somebody from your office was here. Okay,
Yes, we're here.
so
We're always here.
we're excellent. Good to see you. Anything else, Madam Clerk? If not, let's start.
All right, we're going to start with case number 13 and 14. The case number is Michael Nunez, CEDIC 2023-00014. That's case number 13. The officer on this case is Gennaro Murillo, and I'll allow the attendees access.
All right.
Gennaro, you're muted.
Okay, the officer is here, Gennaro Murillo. Is the property owner present?
We have several who has registered for this case. Mr. Nunez, if you are here, please raise your hand.
Is Mr. Nunez present?
I believe his counsel, Mr. Humberto Hernandez, is here on his behalf.
What is the attorney's name?
Mr. Humberto Hernandez.
Okay.
Mr. Humberto, you should see a message allowing you to enable your audio.
Can you hear me?
There we go, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know why I'm not showing up in the screen, but if you'd like to see me, I'm working on that.
All right, please do. We'd like to see you. Is your client present?
He should be, but I'm surely here on his behalf.
All right. Do you want to wait until he arrives?
No, sir.
Okay. Then are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you again represent the property owner, Michael Nunez, as his attorney.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there also a co-owner by the name of Teresita Nunez?
That is correct. That is his wife.
Okay. All right. Is the city ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Good morning.
Mr. Murillo, this is a matter involving dumping in the canal. Let's start with 13, ledge dumping at
Yes.
13300 Arch Creek Terrace. You want to tell me?
Before I begin, Magori is could you?
Mr. Code Officer, you may start your case.
Yes, Magori. Before I start, could you enable Ruth and
Ruth
Karen?
is enabled. She has to select it, but there's no Karen here.
And what about Keystone HOA? I think that's the maybe
Keystone Point. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. They received it. They need to go ahead and enable their audio and video.
All right. Are you going to call? Are you going to call witnesses, Mr. Murillo?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Before you call any witnesses, I'd like you to make an opening statement. In other words, I want you to tell me what happened.
Yeah. So, Your Honor, on September 8th of 2023, with the address the address 13300 Arch Creek Terrace, they were cited because we received a complaint and a picture from Ms. Ruth Sandler of pool resurfacing waste being flushed into the canal. The notice was mailed and posted that same day of September 8th of 2023. The notice to appear was posted on April 4th of 2024 and mailed April 16th of 2024. I would like Ms. Ruth Sandler, she was present at the moment when this happened, to also testify on behalf of this case.
Okay. The name again, please.
Ruth Sandler.
Your Honor?
Spell the name again for the record.
Ruth, R-U-T-H, last name S-A-D-L-E-R.
Before I hear from the witness, Inspector, give me a summary of what you found. If you visited the scene, what did you see? Did you take any pictures? I want to know first from you before I hear from the witness.
Yes, well, the picture was received from Ms. Ruth at the moment she was on the powder board. Like I said, this was in that canal. We received this, and we also noticed that at the property at the moment they were doing a pool work. So after we noticed they was doing the pool work, and we saw the pictures of the pool waste being flushed into the canal, we took action and opened this case based on the evidence she presented to the city.
All right. Did you witness any pool waste being dumped in the canal?
Not at the moment. With testimony and the pictures we received, and like I said, they were doing construction work on the back of the property, which we later noticed that they were doing the pool without a permit at that time, and that's when the city took action.
Okay, you keep saying we. I want you to testify as to what you did and what you saw.
Again, Your Honor, I was not there at the moment. With the picture that Ms. Ruth took while she was paddleboarding, that's when the city then decided to open a case on with the evidence that she provided to us, and okay. This is the rear of the property.
All right, but did you personally visit the property?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so then you're going to call a witness to testify as to the alleged violation.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so the witness is Ruth Sadler. Sadler. Okay. All right. Can we see you?
Yes, I believe. I don't have a button on my screen that enables video, but I do see where my audio was finally enabled. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear
Magistrate,
you,
I'm not sure what's going on. They're allowed to enable their audio, but their video, for whatever reason, is not given that option.
Can you get in through some other device that you might have, perhaps your phone?
I can try, but okay, wait. Now it's asking to join. Let's see. Join as a panelist. Okay, let's see. There we go. I think that's working. Wait a second. There we go.
Okay, Magistrate, before we start with her testimony, we have several people on that's registered for this as well. Can we enable all their audios and videos so that way we can swear them in?
Anybody can watch the meeting. I'm not going to let the entire Keystone Point Homeowners Association testify. I'm going to allow testimony from as many witnesses as the city would like to put forward in its prosecution of the case, but this is not a public hearing. This is
right. No, I was speaking in reference to the Keystone Point and Ms. Ruth.
Oh, well, whoever's going to testify on behalf of the city can be sworn in. But if you were not a witness and you have no information to add, then you can watch, but you can't testify.
Okay, so in that case, then I'll have Ms. Ruth and Keystone Point. Please raise your right hand. Thank you. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
All right. Who is Keystone Point HOA?
That's me. I'm the president of the homeowners association. I can change the name if you want to Karen DeLeon.
Yeah. Can you tell us who you are?
Karen DeLeon, president of the homeowners association.
Okay. All right. Let me hear first from Ruth Sadler.
Hi, good morning. I routinely paddleboard along the Keystone Canal from our canal, which is at the back of the address that is currently being, I believe it's Arch Creek Terrace. I go to that end, turn right, and I head out to the bay. So on this particular day, it was about 10:30 in the morning, and as I approach, because I witnessed something like this previously, I noticed sooner that there was this mass in the water. It looked like a cloud, slightly iridescent. And as I paddled closer to it, I saw the people working and I said, hey, what are you doing? And they walked over, and at that point, you don't see it in these photos, but there was a hose coming over the edge of the canal. In one of the photos, you'll see where it's wet and you'll see the white milky residue below it in the canal. There was a hose there. They immediately picked it up and moved it away and just kind of ignored me. And again, I said, what is that? And the guy was like, I don't know. And so as I was paddling around, I happened to have a camera with me because I now paddle with a camera. It also tracks where I go and gives me statistics. So I attempted to take some photos. Well, I did take some photos. They're within a sealed packet, so they might not be perfectly clear in some areas. But by the time I took the photo, they had already removed the hose that was dispensing the waste. And at that point, another gentleman walked up and he walked over and he just kind of looked in the water and he looked at me and said, sorry, mommy, like Spanish, I guess. And at that point, they really didn't say anything else. So I was looking for the address on the outside of the house, and I didn't see it at that point, but I just took the photos that I had. And while I was out there, I immediately sent an email to Scott. And there's typos in it because, again, I'm typing through the plastic, which isn't the most efficient. So I think I was actually dictating it. And he responded within a few minutes. And that was it. When I went home, I realized I didn't give the address. So I drove around the neighborhood, got the address at the front, or rather took a photo of the house from the front because the address wasn't visible there, and sent the photos that I had. I uploaded the photos to them at that point.
Okay. Can I see the photos?
Absolutely.
Miss Sadler, is that the photograph that you took?
Yes, it is.
That one too?
Yes. And you'll see where the water was coming over the edge, where it's wet on the seawall there. That's where the hose had been, but they had pulled it away.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge as to what kind of material that is shown on the picture?
Scientifically, factually, do I know what it is?
No, is it is it pool material? Is it stucco? Is it dust? I mean, what?
I believe it's pool material because I could see that they were resurfacing the pool. I go by that property all the time. It's the only route that I can take to get out of my canal to go to the bay. And they had been working on that property for a while. And so it was clear that they were resurfacing the pool. And like I said, because I had reported a similar incident once before, I was pretty sure it's either the new surface that they're putting onto the pool, or if they sandblasted the old surface, whatever it is, they're disposing of it with a hose that ran from the pool down to the canal.
All right. Officer Morillo, do you have anything else you want to ask the witness? Anything that has not been already presented?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Are you ready to call your next witness? That's the...
Karen DeLeon.
Yes.
Karen DeLeon. You've been sworn.
Yes.
What would you like her to say, Mr. Murillo?
I can add to it that I was privy to everything being reported when it happened, that we appreciate that Ruth has the courage to speak up. When I go around the canal, I can assure you this is not the norm. You do not see this type of cloud unless somebody has been dumping something in the water. And we've worked hard to notify people that they cannot dump. I don't know if they had a permit, if they would have been forewarned. But we appreciate your support in having residents realize that it's not a dumping ground.
Okay, do you have anything else to add, Mr. Murillo? And again, we're only dealing with the item 13, which is the pool resurfacing, waste being flushed into the canal.
I don't have nothing else to add, Your Honor.
Madam City Attorney, if you're there.
Yes, Special Magistrate, I'm here.
Okay. What is the law under which this property owner is being cited?
They are being cited as to violating, one second. Officer Murillo, my agenda isn't loading. Do you have
Sorry, this is 12-8-8.
Say that again.
12-8, which is trash, debris, and garbage disposal in canals prohibited.
12-8, what?
Trash, debris, and garbage disposal in canals prohibited.
Okay. All right. Mr. Hernandez, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor. Several questions I had. This is the third time we come around. The first time the city had to continue because they didn't have a witness. I have several objections, and I need you to make note of this. On two separate occasions, I have requested by public record on 12/12 of 23 and on 1/16 of 24, both confirmed by number 8445 was the confirmation number 8568. I have yet to receive a copy of the file. That's number one. Number two, we obviously have authentication issues with his picture. You've heard from the city inspector that he was not there. They've never been back there. They've never taken pictures. They've never made a study of where that cloud came from. There was no resurfacing being done. And the issue I have my client has just emailed me that he's out of town, but we have tried to obtain a copy of this file so we can better defend this case. I appreciate Ms. Sadler coming today, as well as Ms. De Leon. I can assure you that there was no trash or garbage being dumped from my client's property to the canal. There's no testimony of trash or garbage under this statute that they're citing. I'm sure Ms. De Leon does not know, or Ms. Sadler, who's testified, who my client is or what he looks like, unless they have personally been to the house and met them. My client has told me otherwise. Obviously, the picture that's there, we don't know. It's not the owner, that's for sure. And a hose may be dumping water out of a hose. There's nothing wrong with that. But we're not even admitting to that. So, I have questions as to proceeding with this, not only under the code section, but also that they have not provided me the file on 2 separate occasions that I've requested it.
All right. First of all, the file is a public record. It can be asked for from the clerk's office as a public records request. The file is also posted on the city's agenda at least 5 days before the hearing. I was able to get the agenda, and I was able to get all the photographs. Please, mute yourself while I'm talking. So on the issue of whether you had notice or you didn't, I mean, the agenda is notice. As far as the authentication issue, the testimony that I heard was that it was taken by Ms. Sadler, and she saw a hose and she saw pool material being dumped into the canal. So I don't know what authentication issue are you denying that that's a photograph of your client's property?
That is my client's property. We don't know anything other than when it was taken, where that material that shows up, which does not exist now, or I don't know when it was taken and where it came from. The gentleman that's standing there, we don't know who it is. It's not the owner of the property, that's for sure. Go ahead.
Yeah, the code doesn't require that the owner himself or herself be the one doing the violation. Anyone that is at the home, at the real estate, that creates a violation imposes the responsibility on the owner. And so, I mean, if your client is not able to testify and refute these allegations, then how am I supposed to accept your statement that it wasn't him?
I'm listening and I'm hearing, and I agree with you. The thing was that this topic came up under another magistrate several months ago. And as to the public records request, I went through the process that was given to me by the city to do. And yet I have not received anything. I'm not talking about notice. I'm talking about looking at the file.
Magistrate, if I can intervene, please. This is the clerk.
Yeah, the clerk, and please explain what the when you post on the city's website and you cite all of the cases that are going to be heard. Are there records that are that you have links to where people can go and take a look at the pictures?
Well, if they request the records, that's something they do through our on our website. They can enter the public records request. Those records are completed as they come in daily or by the end of that week. So all records that has been requested have been completed. If they had any questions and they did not receive what they were looking for, they would have needed to contact the city clerk's office, to get more information on the specifics that they needed. But all public records requests were completed.
You provided. Do you have a record of your response to the public records request?
I would not. He would need to contact the city clerk's office because they're the ones who finalize everything and would be the one to submit those items to him.
All right. So this application, this violation, according to the file, was issued on September 8th, 2023. Did it go before a different special magistrate thereafter?
Yes, with Magistrate Kasu.
Yeah, and what did she do?
She just tabled it because she asked for a witness to be present at the hearing. So that's why we contact Ms. Ruth.
Okay. Was there any discussion of public records at that hearing?
I don't recall, Your Honor.
No, there wasn't.
Okay.
Your Honor, if I may, yes, there was, and they challenged me on that they had not received the request, and I'm showing you the dates and the numbers that they gave me, the confirmation numbers on both requests. I have a picture of my screen giving me the confirmations. And they said they never received it. And we resubmitted again, and they still respond.
Yes, yeah, Mr. Hernandez, briefly, please.
Your Honor, at this time, I just conferred with the clerk. We have submitted and completed all of our FOIA requests. So at this time, we're advising counsel to check with the city clerk's office to see what the status is on them releasing the public records request. But as it relates to our department, we have satisfied all the requirements. As we are not the liaison for the public records request, we simply provide the information and documentation to the city clerk's office, who then proceeds to go ahead and redact any information if need be and do their part of their due diligence to meet statutory requirements under Chapter 119 of Florida statutes. Yeah,
Mr. Perez, the public records request, was it of your file, of the codes file, or did it encompass building and zoning and this and other departments?
No, sir, it just focused on this file, on this particular file, in this particular case. What I would like, if possible,
yes,
Your Honor, with all due respect to you and the witnesses, because this was done last time, and I'm asking then now on my turn, I would like to continue this so I can see the file and I can have the client present to refute some of the things that are being said here today. Before
well, he had the opportunity to be here today, and he is not here.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I'm going to draw an inference that your client not being here, that inference is against your client's position, number one. Number two, you have subpoena powers under Chapter 166, which you could have exercised to require the city to whatever information you wish to be necessary. I heard from the witness that she took the photograph and she saw a hose discharging this material into the bay. And I have asked the city attorney to cite me the statute. It was actually cited by the inspector. So I'm going to hear this case. So if you have a defense that you wish to present to me, with witnesses or documents that rebut the testimony of Ms. Sadler and who was the other witness? Who was
Karen De Leon.
Karen De Leon. If you have testimony to rebut what they testified to and the photograph that was presented by Ms. Sadler, that I want to hear from you. If you don't have any testimony, then again, that's going to be an inference against you. And the fact that you didn't, subpoena the records and your client is not here to rebut the testimony, I find that I would deny any objections that you make on that regard. So if you have any witnesses that your client didn't do it, put him on.
Well, I understand that. So I'm asking, that's why I'm asking, because it happened on the first hearing and the city was granted tabling this matter. So I'm asking them that now for us to be given the courtesy to table the matter so I can get the documents and I can have the witness that I need in order for you to hear from our witness. It happened the first time around and the city was given the courtesy, so I'm asking for the same courtesy now.
What courtesy was given the city the first time?
They were not prepared, they did not have their witnesses, and it was tabled so Ms. Sadler could be here present today. And by the way, this was scheduled for last 2 months ago, and it was continued again by the city because according to the city, there was a backlog. So I'm just asking for professional courtesy so we can be ready to refute what Ms. Sadler has testified. Ms. De Leon really didn't say much. So really, it's Ms. Sadler who took the picture and is attesting to this hose.
What witnesses do you need, sir?
Well, without a doubt, I would have the owner and the wife, both the husband and wife, as well as the file, that I will have to go through a different process that I was told to do. So I will go to the clerk's office and get a copy of the file so I can have the entire file with me.
Your Honor, if I may, the previous hearing that counsel is referencing to wasn't necessarily postponed by the city because the city wasn't prepared. The city had the same information, but counsel wanted to specifically cross-examine Ms. Sadler. So we, out of courtesy, postponed it or requested the magistrate to postpone so that counsel had the opportunity to cross-examine Ms. Sadler. At this time, it seems that the property owner who is advising that they are out of town, who is still able to attend the hearing because it's remote, is not even being present. At this time, it seems that they are not taking this very seriously. And as you know, the matters that of the Bay are very important, especially in today's time where there's such detrimental impact to the Bay itself, especially with these illegal dumpings, unfortunately.
Okay, as I said, I'm not going to grant any objections as to the public records issue. I think you've had plenty of time, and if the city didn't comply with the public records request, you could have pursued an action in circuit court, which would have awarded you attorney's fees, or you could have subpoenaed the records, you could have had the owner present, or you have an opportunity now to cross-examine witnesses. I've given you every leeway that I can. It's been continued once. It was not reached at another hearing. So I am going to go forward, and if you don't have a witness and if you don't want to cross-examine, that's it. But otherwise, I think that the city has made a prima facie case. It is up now for you to challenge the city's case and convince me that there was no violation of the law. And so I'm going to give you every opportunity now to cross-examine if you wish. Any witness or any city code officer, you're free to go at them.
Yeah, no, my questions are, I'd like to just ask Ms. Sadler some questions and the inspector just to reconfirm what you've kind of heard. Ms. Sadler, do you live in the neighborhood? What's your address?
Yes, I do. 2425 Biscayne Bay Drive, North Miami.
Okay. Ms. Sadler, have you ever met the owner of this property?
No.
Okay, do you know what the owner looks like?
I do not. I've seen some women in that corner. I've seen different people on the property at different times, but I wouldn't go so far as to say I know them or I could recall them.
When you took the picture, obviously, in the picture, there's a gentleman standing there, but you wouldn't know if that person is the owner or not, correct?
True, but it was pretty obvious that he was the pool worker, and there were two gentlemen at the time. There were two men working there. If not more. There's a lot of trees, so you can't really see from the angle that I'm on because I'm on the water, but there were more people there.
So you didn't see this gentleman that appears on the picture dumping anything to the canal, did you?
No, it was a different person that picked up the hose that was coming over the edge of the seawall. As I said, my phone is in a pouch, so it took me a little while to get my phone out and be in a position to actually take the photos. At that point, they had removed the hose that was over the seawall, which material was coming out of and into the water.
So you didn't see the person that appears in the picture wasn't doing anything but standing there, is what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, and the other person
did come over and remove the hose. I did see a person pick up the hose and remove it.
That other person doesn't appear in the picture, correct?
Not in that photo, no.
Okay. Again, you didn't see anyone dumping anything into the canal. You just saw the picture you took that shows a cloudy water, but you're speculating that it was not only coming from the property, but that one of these gentlemen, one that doesn't appear, had something to do with that, correct?
I wouldn't call it speculating. I saw a hose that was clearly coming from the pool, coming over the seawall, and there was liquid material coming out of it into the canal. I saw that. I didn't get my phone out in time to photograph that portion of it.
Ma'am, but with all due respect, you just said you can't see over the wall because of the trees that are seen in the picture, and now you're saying the hose clearly came from inside the yard. You couldn't see that.
Okay, sir, what I said was there are trees, so you can't see the entirety of the yard, but you can see through that area where the gentleman is standing, and the pool is directly behind there.
Okay, but yeah, that person is not in the rest of the yard. That person that you're talking about, from when I look at the picture you sent and you submitted, there's only one person, and all the other people you're talking about were there, could probably be seen, but there's nobody behind that gentleman. So you cannot attest there was more people because it's not in your picture.
I can attest that there were two people. There was the gentleman who, when I first asked what was going on, just looked at me and said, I don't know. There was the person who removed the hose, who then came over and looked at me, and just said, sorry, mommy. So they were apologizing for what they were doing because I called them out on it. Do
you know what was coming out of the hose?
Some type of material from the pool. I don't do pools, so I can't technically say what the substance was, but it was definitely a material coming from the pool area.
And you did not take a picture or a video of the hose with that material coming out of the hose?
As I said, my phone was in a waterproof pouch. So by the time I got my pouch, I was already talking to the gentleman because I was kind of upset. Hey, what are you guys putting into the canal? They immediately removed the hose. At the same time, I'm trying to get my phone out in order to take the photos, but at that point, they had removed the hose. But as you can see, there's marks on the seawall where the hose was coming over, where it's wet.
We don't know what that mark is, so you're speculating what that mark is, and
I'm not speculating. I saw the hose at that point.
The hose is not. I'm not argumentative with you. There is no hose, and there is no picture of a hose. You're saying that we don't have proof of that. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor. I want to ask some questions just to the inspector, some brief questions.
Go ahead.
Inspector Murillo, you testified, you did not see any dumping, did you?
No.
You never went to the property, to the backside of the property to see what was going on in the backside of the property?
You mean with the dumping?
Did you ever physically go to the backside of the property and see any illegal dumping?
No.
I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
yes, sir.
I just wanted to add that work that they were doing, it was without a permit, which they.
Yeah, I'm not gonna hear that because that's not cited here. That is not a one of the charges filed against the owner. I will rule that based on the testimony, the photographs, and ordinary good common sense, that this material, whatever it might be, is not material that you see behind a homeowner on the bay, a homeowner's property on the bay, and I happen to live on the bay, so I can tell what the water color and the water substance looks like. And the fact that the owner was not identified under the code, the owner is vicariously liable for any actions done by any contractor. The statement, "Mommy, I'm sorry," that was said to the witness, I deem that to be an admission against the party. And the fact that the defendant is not here, or the property owner is not here, and could have participated, I draw an inference against the property owner for not being here. I'm going to find in favor of the city on case 13, 2023-00014, And based on the fact that this violation is irreversible and irreparable, and it involves one of the most sensitive environmental features of living in South Florida, I am going to fine the property owner liable on this violation and assess a fine of $1,500.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Thank you for your
Okay.
time.
And I am, and now I will hear number 14.
For item 14 to the same property address 13300 Arch Creek Terrace. They were cited because there was a large cement spill on September 22nd of 2023 on the 12500 block of North Bayshore Drive from a cement mixer from the construction site at that address. They were posted on the notice of appear. The notice of violation was posted in the mail that same day on September 22nd of 2023. A notice to appear for today's hearing was posted on April 4th of 2024 and mailed of April 16th of 2024. This case was open based on several complaints who pointed out that the cement mixer truck was from that property on 13300 Arch Creek Terrace, and also Officer Gary, he's present, who is going to testify on behalf of the this case as well, since it was the first officer on scene, and who also provided a picture of the truck.
All right, can I view the pictures? All right, why don't you describe what we're seeing in the photographs?
This is the bridge on the 12500 block of North Bayshore Drive. If you see, this is the spill of the truck that was going to, I guess, deliver cement to the property where they were doing the pool on the rear. And this was the bridge. I guess it might be that it was. This is all the trucks that were at the property on 13300 Arch Creek Terrace.
How do you know that it came from the property?
All the complaints that we received of the residents of Keystone, they all pointed at that property.
Who took the pictures?
Well, that picture, that was I took that picture that day in the morning. There's also a couple of pictures from Officer Gary. These are pictures from Officer Gary. That was if you see, 8:59 a.m. This was after they were coming to do a cleanup from that company.
Whose truck is that?
This is the truck that was doing the delivery for the cement.
You know why they had that act? Was there an accident, or how did that happen?
Maybe they were going through the bridge. I guess they were overloaded, and that maybe caused the spill.
All right. So you don't know?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Is there are there witnesses for the city? Any witness that is?
Yes, we have
Ms. Karen De Leon, who's the HOA president, and we also have Mr. Gary Beswick, who was the first responding inspector for the city of North Miami as well, who is also ready to testify.
Let's hear from Ms. De Leon first.
Good morning. I've sworn in already. So I received multiple phone calls and pictures and text messages from residents that morning immediately upon it happening. And we got on the call with Councilman Galvin, with Mr. Ramon. Those were the two people that we contacted immediately, and the city responded within minutes. They were very impressive. So they were on the scene while the cement was still wet.
What kind of work was being done at the house at the time?
I don't live on that street, so I couldn't tell you. We just know a cement truck was going to that house.
Madam City Attorney.
There's pouring concrete. There's pouring concrete in the back.
They were pouring concrete, and who are you?
Officer Beswick.
Have you been sworn?
Yes.
Okay, what was going on at 13300 Arch Creek Terrace at the time that this cement truck
can I
dumped the concrete?
Can I have the clerk share my screen, show you the pictures what I observed?
And where in relationship to the property is this spill?
Hold on.
He's showing you pictures of the bridge. That's where the dumping seemed to begin. When they
hang on, Ms. Leon. Yeah. I want to hear from the officer first, and then I'll get back to you.
Sure, no problem.
Yeah, I'm trying to go to get my pictures that I have.
Was that this one, Mr. Beswick? Because
no, the picture of the the picture of the property.
Actual property.
Yeah, my question was, what kind of work was being done at the
There's
property?
pouring concrete. There's pouring concrete in the back, and I'm trying. Agorli, could you let me put my pictures? I have it on my desktop. I'm trying to share it.
Sure.
Okay. Go ahead.
Or do I do that?
Where are you, Gary? One moment. One second. One second. Gary, check and see if you can share your screen.
Okay. Do I click share?
Yes, share screen. Open. Allow and open it. Do you have two screens, Gary?
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Okay, we can see it.
You can see it?
All right.
Yes.
Mr.
Okay, so
Beswick, tell me what those pictures
okay, these pictures show basically of concrete slabs been poured in the rear of the property. And this is one of the trucks right here. And this is the pump that I use in the pump it in the backyard. So this is the work that was taking place.
I'm sorry, that yellow, it looks like some kind of a backhoe. Is that what that is?
No, that's a pump. That's a pump to get it run back.
Okay, that's a pump. Is that the same pump that we saw on the bridge?
No, you didn't see a pump on the bridge. No, you saw a bobcat on the bridge.
Okay, so is it your testimony that the picture on top shows the area that was being poured?
Correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct. So basically, when I went there, basically I observed the work that's going on, and I asked for a permit. Initially, the property owner told me that they do have a permit, and at the time I didn't check. It was afterwards I realized that they, in fact, did not have a permit at that point.
Okay, so I'm not going to allow any testimony about the lack of a permit because it's not an issue for us today. Okay.
Understood.
Now, is that cement truck that we see on the bottom left picture? No, you got to go back to where you were. Okay, that cement truck on the left, is that the same cement truck that we saw on the bridge?
Let's see.
Can't really tell.
No, it's two different trucks. You see, one because basically it's a big project, so it's two different trucks. If you look, it's two separate trucks. So the one that you saw initially, I think it was the red one, and this is another one. So basically, one of them leave and come back, and then a different one show up.
Okay, so paint me a picture, if you can, literally or figuratively, as to what was going on at the time of this incident. What was happening at the property, and what happened outside the property near the bridge whenever this incident happened?
Okay, on the property, what was going on is they was pouring concrete slab like for a pool deck. And what was going on the bridge, the concrete trucks that delivering to that property, obviously they did not anticipate the height of the bridge that it was going over, so there was too much concrete in that truck, so it spilled. We had a truck going up the hill over the bridge, so that's why you have a spill from the concrete from the truck. It was
okay, so the concrete pour around the pool area never happened.
Yes, it did happen.
When?
The same day, basically. The same day they was pouring the concrete. The trucks came, those two trucks that you saw in the picture, they came and they delivered. But what I'm saying to you, before arriving to the property, the spill occurred. The spill occurred on the way to the property.
But despite the spill, they still had enough concrete or cement. I always get the terms mixed up. I know there's a difference.
The concrete, yes.
The pour eventually happened that day around the pool area.
That's correct.
Okay, so it was on the way there that the truck caused the incident in question.
That is correct. And they basically admit it and they promised to clean it up, which they did went and clean it up to the best of their ability.
Okay, so here there is no issue as to anything being dumped into the bay. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. So did they eventually clean it up?
Correct. And I observed them with the help of North Miami Police Department directing traffic so we can stop traffic so they can, the bobcat and can do what they have to do, and the gentleman with the broom sweeping to clean it up.
So they cleaned it up.
Clean up most of it. Some of it, unfortunately, would a little bit dry, but they clean up to the best of their ability.
You said North Miami PD responded. Were they issued any citations?
No, there was there as courtesy for traffic.
I'm sorry?
For them there was there for traffic direction for them to allow them to.
Okay, but there were no traffic citations issued.
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Why don't we get back? You can remove the photos, and I want to ask the city attorney a question. Why is a homeowner liable for the wrongful acts of a contractor committed while delivering concrete to a house, but before they get to the house? What is the basis for holding the owner responsible for the contractor's wrongdoing outside the house in question?
Vicarious liability and special magistrate. They hired the contractor to do a work. Any incidents or injuries that occur is on the property owner.
Well, that's for tort liability. I'm more interested in what our code provisions are with respect to the owner's liability for damages that take place off-site caused by somebody other than the owner. How would the owner have control over the driving of the cement truck, or how much concrete is poured into it, or whether they anticipated the bridge or not? I mean, I don't understand the premise upon which the owner is being held liable in this case. Can you explain that to me?
So the owner is being cited Section 12-2, nuisance prohibited. No person owning, leasing, renting, or occupying land in the city shall permit or maintain any nuisance as defined by this chapter, which tends to annoy the community or injure the health of the citizens. So the owner is being cited for allowing, because it says shall permit or maintain any nuisance. So they permitted because they hired the contractor to do the work. In essence, they permitted that contractor to cause a nuisance into the community, which is the concrete being poured on the bridge and on the roadway.
All right. So if this same contractor, while driving the truck, runs a red light, the owner gets cited?
Running a red light wouldn't fall under permitting a nuisance to be committed within their community, within this said community.
Honor, basically.
All right. Yeah, go ahead.
If there wouldn't be work being done on the property, the truck wouldn't be there, and this would never happen. So. Yeah,
and I understand tort liability very well, because that's what I did for 50 years. Okay. I just don't, I don't grasp the idea of holding an owner responsible for something a contractor does off premises. That's my legal issue, and that's why I asked earlier why, if the city attorney is here. I can understand if it happens at or near the property, and we've had cases where dogs run loose and then they bite someone. We hold the owner responsible because the dog lives at the owner's house. I understand that concept, but I don't understand where an independent contractor, and there is no vicarious liability in terms of holding the owner responsible for the wrongful acts of an independent contractor. I can't grasp my arms around that. Though I understand, Madam City Attorney, that under the code, your legal interpretations are, if not binding, very persuasive. So I want one more opportunity to explain for the record, in case this is appealed, that actions taken by an independent contractor of an owner outside of the premises where the owner of the property has no control whatsoever as to what happens outside their premises, how you hold an owner responsible for such actions outside the premises. And you read to me a section. You might want to read it again. You might want to find another section, but I need you to explain that legal concept to me because I don't understand it.
Okay, so we won't cite to another section because they were cited for violating this particular section. No person owning, leasing, renting, or occupying land in the city shall permit or maintain any nuisance as defined by this chapter, which tends to annoy the community or injure the health of its citizens. So what happened here is that the owner hired a company to do work. On the way to do the work, concrete was poured. Eventually, it was cleaned up to the best of their ability. However, on the way to do the work of the property owner that hired them, this occurred, which leaves the property owner flatly in this section violation in terms of creating a nuisance or permitting a nuisance to have occurred.
All right. So if I order something from Amazon and the Amazon truck delivering my merchandise, it gets into an accident and spills all the merchandise into the road, then because I bought it from Amazon, I'm going to be responsible for the wrongdoing of the Amazon truck driver?
Well, no, because Amazon is doing a delivery of an item. They're not coming to do work for you. They're not coming to maintain anything for you or produce anything for you. They're delivering an item that you ordered.
Okay, I understand, and I'm aware that the code gives great latitude to the city attorney to opine on issues of law. Ultimately, I decide. Is that all that the city is prepared to present at this time? By the way, you could not have cited the cement truck driver under any other provision of either the Florida statutes or the Dade County Code or Durham, or I don't understand why the truck driver wasn't cited for something.
Your Honor, at this time, the city did not cite the contractor because they do not reside nor operate within the city of North Miami. They simply were contracted to do the work in North Miami. That's why the contractor was not cited. Okay. And we take judicial notice of what you're advising. And if Your Honor decides that the city does not have adequate standing for this case, the city is okay also with your ruling. We do take judicial notice of your interpretation as well.
Okay. Let me hear from the property owner's attorney.
Mr. Humberto?
Is he still here? Somebody should.
He should still be here.
It appears that he has left the meeting.
He's here. No, he's here.
I have not left the meeting.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez, I mean, I saw the pictures. You saw the pictures. We all know what happened. Do you agree that they negligently overloaded the cement truck in a manner that made it difficult, if not impossible, to go over that bridge? And because of that, there was cement, concrete poured over the bridge and surrounding area, and that this happened outside of your client's residence. I mean, do you disagree with any of that?
I agree 100% with your argument or your concerns because they're my concerns. First of all, yes, yeah, the answer is obviously it had to have been overloaded. They did not take into account the pitch of the bridge. I know that there's a lot of construction in the area. I also know that the picture of the cement trunk, which is red, is not the same truck that's in my client's driveway, which is white. Now, so two different trucks. We don't know if that truck ended up in my client's house. The bridge is about a quarter to half a mile from my client's property. And I have to agree with you. How do you hold the property owner liable for an independent contractor, for a gentleman that is doing a job and he is negligent? They should have cited one way or another, whether it's the police or the city should have cited the cement truck driver. Saying so, I want to tell you this, which is very clear. It's important because they've mentioned that. My client was notified hours later, and he went and cleaned to the best of his, and we've submitted pictures, to the best of his abilities, cleaned what he didn't even know was his responsibility or his contractor's doing. But again, my biggest problem here, we have two trucks, and the truck that's taken in the driveway is not the same truck that's on the bridge. But let's forget about it. It happened. He went, took responsibility, cleaned the cement. But the bigger picture, Your Honor, is that I don't think the city has jurisdiction to cite the property owner based on the code section they're citing and holding the property owner responsible for somebody that's half a mile away and is not responsible for his negligence. That's and my argument is your argument to the city. I'd ask you.
I've done tort law all my career, and I just cannot understand, despite what the city attorney's position on the code is, I can't understand how an owner who has no way of controlling or deciding, or despite the owner contractor or owner vendor agreement, what goes on outside his property, how an owner can be held responsible. The consequences of such a holding would be enormous, because if this contractor had picked up the cement in let's say Medley, which is an industrial area, and on the way from Medley he dumped the concrete in Hialeah while trying to deliver the concrete to this property owner, I don't see how you can hold the owner responsible, whether it's in Medley or Hialeah or North Miami. It's just, in this particular case, I just don't see it. Now, if you have a vicious dog in your home that escapes and bites someone a block away, then yes, I hold the owner responsible, and I have so held the owner responsible. But in this particular circumstances, and I don't care whether there's one truck or two trucks, I will, for purposes of this conversation, I am going to assume that this particular truck was going to do a pour at this home. And because it happened under these circumstances, I am going to rule in favor of the homeowner defendant and deny the city's violation on these particular facts. If the facts were different, if this had happened in right next to the home, it would be a little easier to find liability. But it happened, you say, some half a mile away or on a bridge. I think he should have been cited by the police, and I think that perhaps under other sections of the Florida statutes, he may have had some liability. Maybe even under the county code, he may have had some liability. But not. I'm not going to hold the owner responsible for that. So that's my rule.
Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Next case.
All right, Magistrate. We're going to move to Item number 19 and 20. Item number 19 is Penta Investments LLC, case number MHVIO 2023-00881. Item number 20 is Penta Investment LLC, case number MHVIO 2023-00882. The officer on this case is Jonathan Lemestre.
Anybody here on behalf of the owner?
Yes, we have a Ray Bohr, who I'll allow in a minute. Ray, if you see the invitation, please enable your audio and video.
Okay, I think, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but can you enable your audio for us? I mean, your video? You've been promoted to panelist. You should be able to turn on your video.
Start video.
Are you able to turn on your video?
I'm trying. It's a start video.
Yes.
It's got various options. Choose virtual background.
You don't need a virtual background.
No,
we just need to be able to see you.
I'm clicking on top of the camera. It's not doing anything. Video settings.
No, just on the bottom of your device. It will either be next to the microphone.
Yeah.
It will be an image of a video camera. You just click right on that.
Nothing
Are you
happens.
on a telephone or desktop?
No, I'm on a laptop.
You're on a laptop.
But it does, when I click on top of where it says where the camera is, it stays with the red line over it.
Right, that's because it's off. Now you need to click it so it can turn on.
I did.
Okay, and that red line is still there?
Yes, ma'am.
I think we may see you very soon.
Okay. It says cannot start video. I'm getting this messages. Please select another video camera in settings.
It appears that your camera may not be optimized. Can you maybe try getting on through your smartphone?
Video filter, choose avatar, video settings.
Click on your video setting. What do you see when you click on that?
When in the little arrow where it says start video, it says select the camera, and an integrated webcam is marked off.
All right, guys, while you try to work that out, we can either take a 2-minute break or we can continue, and but I'm gonna leave you to figure it out, okay? If we can't do it, then we're gonna have to go to another case because I don't want to keep wasting time on this.
Wait, let me see if I can get some help here.
Magistrate, well, we can't.
I'll give you 2 minutes, okay? I'm gonna step out, get a glass of water, and you guys can continue trying to fix it.
All right, Mr. Boer.
I'm trying. I have somebody here to help me.
Sure.
That's touch on my appearance.
If you can log in on your phone, if the computer's not working, you can do that as well.
Let me try the phone. Eh? Yeah, they put me as a mail.
Okay, so opciones.
Special magistrate. Huh?
Debería comenzar. No hay. No puedes.
No, I got some. Yeah, I get up when I. No, I'm good. I'm good. Yeah, thank you.
Join what with her? Okay, I'm trying to get on the phone.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, have we been able to resolve the issue?
He's trying to log in through his phone. So,
Okay.
Magistrate, if you want me to, while he's trying to do that, if you want to move on to the next case, I can, or give him.
Let's go to the next case because I don't want to waste any more time on this one.
Okay, Mr. Borwin, we'll give you a call on the next case, okay? So go ahead and mute your device, please. We'll come back to you on the next one. Thank you. The next case we're going to call is item number 9. Give me a second. That's Jesus Gayton and Yolanda Gayton. Case number MHVIO 2019-00420. The officer on this case is Shani Pressy. Allow me to allow them access in 1 second. Ms. Gayton.
Sí, buenos días. Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Gayton. Can you enable your video? Are you unable to enable your video as well?
I'm here.
No, you Shani. Miss Yolanda?
Hello?
Yes, Yolanda, we need to see your face. Can you turn on the video, please?
Let me see. Start video. I'm trying to
start video. Yes, that's what you. There we go. Miss Yolanda, if you can please raise your right hand.
Okay.
Is that Miss? Okay, thank you. First of all, do you need a translator?
Sí, yes.
Yes, translator. Or I'll read the swearing. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give and these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Wait for the translator to tell you.
Usted está dispuesta a decir la verdad, absolutamente la verdad y nada más que la verdad durante este caso. Si es así, diga acepto.
Acepto.
I do.
Okay, Mr. Interpreter, before we begin, if we're going to do this in Spanish, please instruct them to wait until your interpretation, your translation is complete before they answer. Okay, so that we're clear that they understand.
Okay. Por motivos de que usted solicitó un intérprete en español, con muchísimo gusto le ayuda a los dos durante esta llamada. Por favor, no respondan a no ser que yo haya terminado con mi interpretación, para que haya una mejor clarificación y asimismo haya una mejor fluidez durante la llamada y testificación.
Okay.
Está bien.
Right. All right. First of all, what is your full names? What are your full names? And how are you involved with this property?
Primero que nada, ocupo que me digan ambos sus nombres completos y cómo es que están involucrados con esta propiedad.
Ok, mi nombre es Yolanda Gaitán y soy dueña de la propiedad de 1500 Norris.
Mi nombre es Jesús Gaitán, estoy en la propiedad de 1500 Norris.
Okay.
Are you aware of why you were cited in this case?
¿Están ambos enterados o saben el motivo por qué están anexados a este caso?
Sí.
Sí.
Yeah.
The city of North Miami is citing you because you constructed a storage shed and a small building at the rear of the carport, and you did that without a permit. Do you understand that?
Las ciudades del norte de Miami los están anexando a este caso debido a que ustedes enviaron a hacer un trabajo de un lugar de almacenamiento, de construcción y un pequeño edificio. El problema es que lo hicieron sin permisos. ¿Sí entienden eso?
Nosotros no mandamos a hacer ninguna fabricación. Eso es primero que todo.
First of all, we did not even request a constructed building, not even a storage shed. First of all.
When did you purchase this property?
¿Cuándo fue que usted compró esta propiedad?
Nosotros compramos esta propiedad fue en el 2011. Y si puedo seguir hablando, bueno.
No. All right.
We did purchase this property in 2011.
Okay. And my next question is, you have not done any construction work on this property since you purchased it in 2011?
Mi siguiente pregunta es la siguiente. Ustedes, ambos, no hicieron ningún trabajo de construcción desde que se compró esta propiedad en 2011.
O sea, nosotros, lo que le quiero decir es que no contratamos a nadie para que nos hiciera un trabajo. Nosotros lo que hicimos fue cerramos 2 paredes de la terraza, pero no fue que contratamos a alguien, lo hicimos nosotros.
Y la quitamos, ¿verdad?
Y pusimos una casa de desahogo en el patio. Eso es todo.
Una casita.
Translate that, sir.
Yes, sir. No, what we meant to say is that we did not contract no one to make this work. We closed 2 walls, but we did not contract anybody. We did by ourselves. And we did put a small storage shed on our backyard, but that was by ourselves.
Okay. Maybe we misunderstood each other. My original question is whether or not you understood that you were being cited for doing work without permits. I didn't ask you if you used a contractor or not. I asked you if you, as the property owner, did this work without a permit. Yes or no?
Tal vez una pequeña equivocación. Mi pregunta original, o más bien, lo que les están explicando originalmente es que ambos están puestos en este caso, y no me refiero, realmente no tiene ninguna relevancia si lo hicieron con un trabajador, con una constructora o no. El punto principal es que ustedes hicieron un trabajo sin permisos.
¿Sí o no?
Aunque sí lo entiendo, sí.
Simplemente se cerró las paredes por el aire.
Esa es la pregunta. Entonces, ¿sí o no? Fue lo que preguntó el magistrado.
Sí, pero no lo que están en el campo.
Yes.
Okay. Do you now understand that that work that you did yourselves required a building permit from the city of North Miami?
Perfecto. Ahora que entiendo la situación, vuelvo a preguntar amablemente. ¿Entienden que ese trabajo que lo hicieron por ustedes mismos requería permisos por parte de la ciudad del norte de Miami?
Ok. Bueno, yo creo que en todo este caso siempre ha habido una confusión. O sea, nosotros, lo que nos dijeron a nosotros, que por lo que está en la situación, ya eso se ha resuelto. O sea, ya hemos estado en esta misma situación varias veces, ya por lo que a mí me llamaron, por lo que me estaban diciendo a mí de la pequeña construcción, ya eso se sacó, se quitó, ya eso se removió. Ya hemos estado aquí varias veces discutiendo el mismo problema.
Las paredes ya no existen nada. De lo que
All right, wait. Let's translate what she said first.
Okay. So I think there might be some kind of small confusion, because what we were told, and because apparently this situation has already been resolved, and the same situation has been dealt with it several times already. As far as we know, that small building was already removed, but we're still having the same problem.
All right, I didn't mean to stop the husband, but what does the husband want to say on that?
No quise interrumpirlo, señor, ni disculpa, pero ¿qué es lo que quería comentar usted también?
Lo que habíamos hecho, que era cerrar unas paredes del Florida, de la terraza, por el problema del agua, lo hicimos sin el permiso. La ciudad dijo que había que quitarlo, nosotros lo quitamos. Aquí tenemos las pruebas, aquí están las fotos.
All right. What we meant to say as well is that we just closed some walls from the roof for the water. And yes, we did this without permission, but we already removed that. Okay. It was removed, and we do have the proof of that. We do have pictures.
You said that the work that you did has been removed?
O sea que la construcción que ustedes hicieron por ustedes mismos ya la quitaron.
Sí, lo quitamos y nosotros le enviamos fotos, e incluso la ciudad tiene fotos de esas paredes que fueron removidas. Incluso el storage shed, que al principio me habían dicho que lo removieran, también se removió.
Okay. All right. Translate. I understand what you said.
Okay.
No, you have to translate for the record.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Exactly. We do have the pictures, not just us. We send also the city has the pictures that we removed the walls, and including the small storage shed that was mentioned before was also removed.
Okay, now I want to hear from the city inspector. The testimony of the property owners has been that they've been aware of this issue for a while. They went ahead and removed the illegal construction, and they came into compliance, and therefore they don't need permits because there's nothing there. They removed it. That's what they say. Now, you've got a picture taken yesterday showing something different, and I want to hear from you.
Hi, my name is Shawnee Preston. I'm filling in for Inspector Gary Basquiat. This case was presented back in 2019. From your last order, you wanted me to go out to the property because you didn't understand the picture, so I went back out to the property back in February. And I also took some pictures of it. They are not in compliance as of today. If you see, they have the overhead connected to the property as
All right, you're showing me I'm sorry, you're showing me a picture of September of 2019. Why don't you show me a recent picture?
Hold on. Someone else. Go to the last pictures. No, go down some more. Go down some more. Here. Up. These are the ones. So these.
All right. February 28th, 2024.
Yes. So
okay.
They finally took, if you see, this portion of the roof is connected to the property. That was done without a permit. So all that needs to be removed, or they need to get a permit to do the enclosed carport or terrace, if they want to call it. They removed the walls and they removed the door, but the carport attachment is still there. Behind
leave that picture on there. Is that what's still there? Well, señor, por favor, un minuto. Inspector, the picture that you have on the screen right now, is that still there?
Yeah, so if you see right there, if you see the connections, the little poles and the top of the roof is still there. They removed the last thing they removed was the wall. So the wall is removed.
So what needs permits now, or what needs to be removed to come into compliance?
The overhang of the roof, the connection to the carport. Either
where the fan is?
Yeah, so either they're going to legalize it or they need to remove it. And also they still have another shed back there in the back, if you can see in the picture, that's still there.
Okay. I want to ask the property owner, do they recognize the picture that is on the screen?
Quiero preguntarles a ambos, ¿reconocen la foto que está en la pantalla?
Sí, pero sin las paredes.
Yeah, but without the walls.
Well, there is something there, right? With a fan on top and a roof, and there are things, furniture underneath. Do you see that?
Técnicamente hay algo, no sé si se da cuenta, hay como tipo conexiones, hay un pequeño techo con un abanico y también hay unos muebles, ¿no? No sé si los reconoce.
Sí, esta es mi terraza. Sí.
Pero todas las paredes y todo se quitó, lo normal.
Pero no hay ninguna pared.
Well,
o sea, si me permite seguir explicando, el origen de esta situación es porque me estaban diciendo desde el principio de que había un small building. Nunca hubo un small building, habían estas dos paredes. Esas dos paredes se removieron. Nunca he tenido ninguna situación por el techo. Nunca me han dicho a mí nada por el techo. No, solamente ahora que están hablando del techo, me dijeron de small building. Es las paredes. Se removieron las paredes, pero nada más. Ahí yo tengo la foto y la tiene la ciudad de Miami. Yo seré un día en la ciudad de Miami con todas las paredes removidas.
Que ponga esta foto ahí.
No, Mr. Interpreter, she hasn't answered my question. What is shown on that picture?
Disculpe, no me ha explicado, nomás bien no me ha dado mi respuesta. ¿Qué es lo que se muestra en la foto?
Es la terraza, la parte trasera de mi terraza. O sea, tiene muebles, tiene mi esposa, tiene un ventilador en el techo, eso.
Okay. Translate that, please.
Do you want me to translate the rest as about to have it, or just what she just said?
She just described what's depicted on the picture, and she said roof, and she said it's her terrace.
Okay. So the origin of the situation, and this is what they were telling me at the beginning, it was a small building. There was never a small building. There was only 2 walls. Both were removed. And regarding the roof of the terrace, I was never told nothing about that. And the walls that were there, that were removed already. I do have the picture, and the picture was sent to the Miami City. You should have guys put the picture that I just showed.
Okay, let's stop right here. Inspector Pressing, is this the component, or is this the area that requires a permit?
Yes, sir. So, again, the small building that is in what she's talking about, what she's referring about, is the shed. It's the CVS shed is behind the terrace, the small terrace. If you see the door open, the picture you have, it's a white door. If you
do you have a better picture of the shed?
Yes, it's picture. You wanna go down? You're not driving it. Because I'm not. There go the shed right there. You can see the shed right there. It's the
the brown structure.
Yes, that's the small. That's the actual. It was actually 2 sheds back there. They removed 1 shed, but that right there is still there. That was done also without a permit. So that's the small structure they're talking about.
I understand. Mr. Interpreter, ask them if they recognize the picture on the screen.
¿Reconocen la foto que está en la pantalla?
Un momento que parece que hay problemas con el audio, está como que rompiéndose el audio.
Hold on just a moment, we're having a small problem with the audio. It looks like it's getting kind of choppy. We're trying to fix that.
Okay. The same question. What is that on the picture?
¿Ya me pueden escuchar?
Sí. Sí.
Misma pregunta. ¿Pueden ver lo que está en la pantalla? ¿Lo reconocen?
Sí. Pero esa foto no está actualizada.
Oh. We do recognize it, but that picture is not updated.
How so?
¿A qué se refiere con eso? Si la fecha es de febrero 28 de 2024.
Esa foto.
Nosotros identificamos la foto, o sea, lo que está enseñando atrás. O sea, ya se sabe que eso está. Sí, la identificamos.
Okay, we do recognize it.
Still there?
¿Sigue ahí? O sea, eso que está ahí, ¿sigue ahí? Ese pequeño desván como tipo lugar de almacén.
Sí, sigue ahí.
Yeah, still there.
You have a permit? You have a building permit for that structure?
¿Tiene un permiso de construcción para esa estructura?
O sea, de esa parte de la casa, de este shed, nosotros, o sea, nosotros hemos trabajado con la ciudad de Miami. Cuando nos dijeron, yo tengo toda la que yo he tenido con los inspectores de la ciudad de Miami. Y cuando a mí me dijeron de remover un storage shed, nosotros lo removimos. Le enviamos la foto, me dijeron en este momento, cuando aquel momento trabajaba con nosotros la señora Vanessa Willy, que ya no trabaja, y también la señora Cristal, que ya tampoco trabaja, y removimos ese shed. Nos dijeron que iban a cerrar el caso, cuando después al tiempo nos dicen de que no era ese, que era otro. O sea, ya ahora nos dijeron que ese estaba fabricado sin permiso. Nosotros no teníamos conocimiento de eso porque nosotros compramos la propiedad con ese storage que ustedes ven ahí en la foto. Estamos trabajando con la ciudad de North Miami, nos dijeron que teníamos que sacarle permiso, ellos nos dijeron que teníamos que contratar a un contratista porque como ya era una edificación que ya estaba hecha, teníamos que buscar un contratista. buscamos el contratista y esa persona nos estafó el dinero. Seguimos trabajando porque también teníamos que actualizar un survey, también actualizamos el survey, ya tengo una copia del survey, pero no tengo todavía el original porque no me la han mandado por correo, pero tengo...
Stop, I heard enough. Mr. Interpreter, I don't know that you can translate everything that she said.
I can, don't worry. Although she's speaking fast, I got it.
Okay, I hope that you capture it all. I understood every word she said.
Mm-hmm.
But okay. You're the interpreter. You go ahead and interpret for the record.
Okay. Okay. So there were two storage sheds, but we only left one. With working with North Miami City. I do have everything. So they said that we had to remove one, and we did remove. We did set the picture and everything when we were working at that point with no longer working Vanessa Willis and the other lady Crystal. We did remove it on time, and they said that was not the one. It was supposed to be another one that apparently we did build without permission. We didn't even know that. When we purchased this property, it already had that storage. So we did mention this to North Miami, and they said that we need permissions to contact, and we also had to get a contractor for building something that was already built. We did. So for somebody, unfortunately, stole our money when we did that. So we kept up with working on that, and we also had to update a survey, which I already did. We did all the survey. It's just I have not received the email with that.
Okay. All right. I am going to rule as follows. Based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs put in evidence, and the testimony presented depicting that the cited violations still exist. Proper notice has been given. I have listened to the property owners, husband and wife, testify. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of July 24th, 2024. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. Mr. Interpreter, will you please translate that? If you want me to take it one step at a time, I can. But basically, what I've said is that I am finding in favor of the city, and I am letting them. I'm giving them time until July 24th, 2024, within which to obtain permits for the structures that were built without a permit, basically an after-the-fact permit. And if they don't comply by July 24th, they're going to be assessed a penalty of $250, not a penalty, but a fine of $250 per day until they correct the violation.
Muchísimas gracias. Miren, nomás para ya aclararle la situación, después de haber escuchado los testimonios, para haber presentado las fotos, que se me ha dado la evidencia, he escuchado el testimonio de ambos propietarios de la situación, esposo y esposa, les declaro. Estoy a favor de la ciudad como tal, pues la violación sigue ahí. Les doy hasta el tiempo de julio 24, 2024, les voy a dar todo este tiempo para que obtengan los permisos de dichas estructuras. Si no se completan para ese entonces, ustedes estarían pagando una penalización por día de $250 hasta que esto sea corregido. Una vez más, les están proporcionando tiempo de hasta julio 24 del 2024, julio 24 de este año, para presentar y obtener los permisos de dicho pues estructura, para poder presentarlas, para que esto sea legalizado. Si no, después de julio 24, 2024, hasta que se vaya corrigiendo, estarían pagando $250 diarios por penalización.
All right, next case.
Okay, Magistrate, we want to attempt item number 19 and 20, Penta Investments, LLC. Mr. Ray Boer, all right, awesome, we have him on video. All right, Mr. Boer, now we cannot hear you.
There you go.
Hello? Can you hear us?
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. All right, so let me read the cases, Mr. Boer. Give me a second. Item number 19 and 20, Penta Investment LLC. Case number MHVIO 2023-00881. Item number 20, Penta Investments LLC.
Hello?
MHVIO 2023-00882. The officer on this case is Jonathan Lemestre. Mr. Boer, if you don't mind, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give into these? Who is not muted?
Madam Clerk, can you please
yes,
remove
I muted her.
Gaitan?
I do.
Madam
Let
Clerk?
me go ahead. Yes, I did. Let me finish reading it. So, Mr. Boer, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
I do.
Perfect. Jonathan?
All right. Good morning, Mr. Boer. Nice to see you finally.
Good morning. Thank you.
Happy we were able to connect. What is your relationship to the property?
I'm the manager of the property.
A manager in what sense? In the corporate sense or in the practical sense?
In the practical sense, I make decisions, collections. I work for a company called Centurion Management, and they are basically the manager, and they hire me to manage this building.
Okay, because I'm showing on Sunbiz that the manager for the LLC, or at least one of the managers, is someone by the name of Constantine Ciccelli.
Constantino Ciccelli is the owner of the property.
All right, he's the owner of the property, of the LLC that owns the property.
Yes, sir.
And what's your relationship to the owner of the property? You're his manager?
Just business relationship, yeah.
The relationship.
Business relationship.
You have a management company?
I don't have a management company. I work for a management company.
Oh, well, the management company is hired by the owner to manage the property?
Correct.
Okay. You're here on behalf of the owner because there's a violation alleged for involving emergency exit lights on the first case, and then we're going to get into the second case, which deal with damage risers, treads, risers in the stairway. Are you familiar with these violations?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Do you contest the violations or not?
No, not at all.
All right. How much time do you need to fix the emergency lights?
The emergency lights, I contracted with National Fire Security, which they usually do my the work for alarms and emergency systems. They had to order. They tell me they had to order the exit light and 2 batteries that are missing. The exit light just got here like a couple of days ago, and they're expecting the batteries to be here in the next couple of days. So the emergency light situation should be taken care of before the end of the week, I hope.
Well, that's good. Madam, who's the, oh, it's Jonathan Lemestre. Is that who the officer is on this case?
Yes, it is.
Yes, Magistrate Smith.
Okay. Is it just one emergency exit light or more than one?
It was more than one. My count, It was 3 emergency exit lights that weren't operating throughout the entire property.
Okay,
That's
Mr.
correct.
Barr, can I assume that all 3 lights are going to be taken care of?
Absolutely.
If I give you until June 20th, you'll have it done by then?
Sure, of course.
Okay, because that's plenty of time, and I don't like to mess around with what might potentially be a life safety issue if the lights go out. So I'm going to give you plenty of time, but if you don't comply, I'm going to fine you. All right. So if this company doesn't work out, you have plenty of time to get another company.
Well, they've always worked out.
Okay. All right. So on this particular case, number 19, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented, depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given, the property owner's manager has testified, I find in favor of the city, enter adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th, 2024. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated.
Thank you. Number 20.
All right, next case is number 20. Mr. Barr, any issues there? You need some time? How much time do you need?
No, that has all been done.
That work has been done already?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Inspector, have you had a chance to go back and take another look?
Not yet, sir. The final reinspection date was April 17th. So when I went to the property, the photographs, they were still in damage. But Mr. Bohr did call me late last week, to inform me that the anti-slip treads have been placed on all the staircases. I just need to reinspect.
All right, we're going to table this matter, and Mr. Inspector, if you go out there and they're in compliance, then you can close the violation. If they're not in compliance, then bring it back to me at my next meeting.
Yes, sir.
Okay, next case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
All right, one moment. All right, the next case we're going to call is item number 31. Item number 31 is Sobrino, case number CEMIS 2024-00190. The owner of this property, I believe, is Jody Sombrero, and just allow me to allow them in. I have several Jodys here listed. Jody, if you can enable your audio and video.
Okay, according to the file, the owners are Arturo Omar and Jody Logan.
I have Jody, Arturo, and Owen.
Anybody hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. We just need your video.
Oh, perfect. Hold on. Oh, how did you get on?
Who, me?
Yeah, how do I get on?
You got to hit the little button at the bottom that says video. Oh,
I don't have a button at the bottom.
You want to come here?
Yeah, we can do it together. I'll leave.
That would be fine.
Okay, I'm going to leave this then.
Just mute that device if you can,
sorry,
please.
Yeah, do that.
All right. Allow me to swear them in when they're situated. Uh-oh. Where'd they go? Jody, your video has disabled. Thank you, Nicole. Jody or Owen or Arturo, you can, okay, here we go.
Okay, are we ready?
All right, please raise your right hand for me.
We're having technical difficulties.
Yes, I'm unable to join via video. I'm still trying to figure this out. I'm sorry.
Can anybody see me?
We can see you, Jody.
Oh, hi.
Want me to put it on here?
We're having problems.
We see you and hear you loud and clear.
Perfect.
Yeah, we now see you both.
Okay, you will.
Okay, here we are.
I have another Jody, Sabrino, who has the raised hand. I've asked to unmute you. If you can also accept that and change the name in which you are.
All right. Are we ready to proceed? We have 3 Jodys on the
We have 3
screen
Jodys here. Yes.
What?
Who are the Jodys?
Well,
Somebody
one is
signed in
Nicole,
under that
and
name.
there's another Jody and 2 more Jodys. Christian Ruiz. 1 second.
Too cold.
All right. Can you please change the name you have, sir?
Quickly, how do I change the name?
If you click on the 3 little dots at the corner, if you go to participants, you would be the first one on the participant, and those that little box with the 3 dots.
Understood.
It will allow you to do that. All right. If you all can raise your right hands, please. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
All right, so when you are asked a question, you can answer. Please don't interrupt the magistrate as he gives you instructions.
Yeah, let's not talk out loud when you're not called upon. So the property owners are Arturo Omar.
That's me.
You? Okay, and Jody Logan.
That's me.
Okay. I have reviewed the whole file, just so that everybody knows. I know what this is all about. Okay, so I see someone else joining in. I just want to let everybody know that this is not, number one, it is not a popularity contest. It's not about whether you like or you don't like Jody and Arturo. And it is not about what I think about wildlife, ducks, or any other animal. Everybody loves animals. The issue here in this case is very, very narrow, okay? And it's very simple. It's whether or not there's a violation of section 4-11 of the code. That's all I'm going to consider. I'm not here as a policymaker. I'm not here to decide whether the ducks stay or go. That's not my job. So the only issue in this case is whether or not the property owner was keeping, harboring, maintaining, enticing, or encouraging wild animals into their property. Okay? That's the only issue. So let me first off, let me hear from the property owner, I'm sorry, from the code officer, and explain to me and prove to me that there's a violation under the section cited, which is section 4-11. I'm not sure that they were cited under section 4-12, which is related, but nonetheless, I want to hear from the code officer first. I hope everybody understands what I'm saying, because I think that there may be some expectation that I'm going to do something radical here and get rid of all the ducks in the neighborhood. I'm not doing that. That's up for the city commission to decide. So that's not my job. Anyway, I want to hear from the inspector.
Good morning, Inspector Morello. Neighborhood Services Department, City of Miami.
Please speak up so everybody can hear you.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. So, Your Honor, this case was opened on March 20 of 2024 to the property address 1805 Alamanda Drive. As the description of the violation says, keeping fowl, poultry, wild animals, or farm animal within the city is prohibited. The city has received numerous complaints from Christian Ruiz, basically for harboring ducks on the property. Your Honor, the city is requesting an adjudication of whether or not you consider this harboring of the ducks. At this time, the city requesting that if you decide and it's considered to be harboring of the ducks, that an adjudication with no monetary fine be placed for the reduction of the ducks, or for them to stop harboring the ducks. However, if you decide this is not constitute to harboring the ducks, then we will proceed accordingly and resume no more operations. At this time, the city will present its evidence, which is the testimony of the main complainant, which is our sole piece of evidence we have, and allow him to speak on this matter. And we will have also allowed the resident who resides at the complainant address to rebuttal as well. We do have affidavit from both parties. We have 53 affidavits for the resident at 1805 Alamanda Drive in favor of the ducks, and one affidavit opposing the ducks.
Okay, again, as I said before, this is not a popularity contest.
May I interject, Your Honor?
No, not yet. Not
Okay.
yet. Please don't interrupt me. Okay,
No
we're going
worries.
to handle this like if we were handling a court case. Okay, we're going to be very strict on the rules here. I don't care how many affidavits were filed. Number one, they're to me, I read them all. It's hearsay. Because the person is not here.
Recording stopped.
And
recording in progress.
Okay,
I apologize.
And in any event, they all say the same thing pretty much. They're mostly, there's a handful of people who are against it, and there's a great number of people who are for the ducks. And I see ducks all over the place. That's not the issue. Okay. And by the way, what is Mr. Inspector? What is the fine under the code, assuming that I find that there is a violation in keeping, the harboring, maintaining the wildlife, etc. What is the violation under your code? How much
Your
is
Honor,
how much is the violation?
Under Chapter 21, subsection 21-76, the civil schedule penalties says that a violation of 4-11, which is keeping fowl poultry, is a civil penalty of $100.
Okay, so we're talking about a civil penalty of $100,
which we
under the code. And I knew the answer to the question because I have your ordinance in front of me. And so this is all about whether or not the property owner is improperly harboring, keeping, maintaining, encouraging, enticing wild animals on her property. And I'm gonna let the other property owner. I know that there is a video. If the property owner wants to show me a video of whatever, I'll be happy to see it. But that's the narrow issue in this case. And so to keep this orderly, I'm going to let the city inspector call whatever witness will testify that there's a violation under the city code. Mr. Inspector, go ahead.
Yes, as I mentioned, the only witness that I have is Christian Ruiz, who is the complainant and also who has submitted the pictures and videos of the dog.
Okay, please, if you're not being called upon, mute yourself. Okay, thank you. All right, do we have Mr. Ruiz? Let's see, I'm looking for him.
Yes, I'm
there
ready.
he
Christian
is.
Ruiz, he has not
Okay.
been sworn in though.
All right, swear him in.
Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, I understand, Mr. Ruiz, from looking at the file that you have a video. You want to show me a video?
You want me to, yes, sir. Do you want me to show it from my phone or can I share a screen? I have a folder.
Whatever is, works best for you and for the city, the better quality picture.
One moment,
more
let
I'll
me
be
give
able to
him
see.
access. Mr. Ruiz, you should be able to share your screen from where you are.
Okay.
It should ask you at the bottom of your screen, do you want to share?
Yes.
Ain't nobody here though.
Probably it's going to quit you and you're going to join again. If not, you can't share the screen.
I'll just do it from my phone. Can you guys still hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. One second. So I wanna clarify. I know that the inspector said that this case was opened March of this year, but to clarify, this has been going on for 30 months. It started 30 months ago. I submitted to Councilman Scott Galvin, and the chief of police and the city has known this issue for 30 months. And
Okay, I haven't asked you any questions, sir. My question, my only request is that you show me the video that you took.
Okay.
That is part of the file. I can't see anything. Why don't you describe for me what the video shows?
It's showing the dogs eating from under the bird feeder on her property. This was yesterday, as of yesterday.
What about before yesterday? Did you file some video with the city at some point?
Yes, the city has images and videos when this whole thing started 30 months ago. And recently, I submitted videos to Lazaro. And I believe he's Assistant Chief Angel Rivera at the moment. He's aware of the situation as well. And yes, this has been going on every day, Your Honor.
Okay. What has been going on every day?
The harboring and the feeding of the dogs. She puts the hose in her driveway. She has a dip on the driveway and she fills it up so they can take a bath, because when the city got involved 30 months ago, she had 4 pools, plastic kiddie pools in front of her property so they can bathe. And the city has those images. So they made her remove the pools but then she got smart and started filling her driveway so they can drink water and bathe, and she throws the food on the ground under the bird feeder, and she also has like pots or stuff from the garden hidden behind her plants to feed them and drink water. And this.
What do you live, sir?
1845 Alamanda Drive. And the ducks come here.
Are you the next door neighbor?
3 houses down. So the ducks are constantly on my property every day, 3 times a day. And I constantly have to chase them, water down my driveway, my sidewalk. They leave fecal matter by my door. And I just, all over the street, all over the neighborhood, down Keystone Boulevard, down Alamanda Drive.
All right, this is all on Keystone Point?
Yes, sir.
Is it limited to your street, or is it island-wide?
Island-wide. Because she has also, and she has also convinced other neighbors in the past to do the same, to put pools or water or feed them and stuff like that.
Mr. Inspector, do you have any pictures, videos that you want to share with me? I know that there was one. I know that there was one in the file. Do you have anything that you want to show me?
Yes, I'm trying to hear with the phone because I was trying to share my screen, but I don't know why the video is not. I don't know if you can. Let's see what.
Take off the blur effect.
Take off.
Janara, you should have access if it's on your email. You should have access.
No, I do have access. It's not the video when I play it is not coming up. Give me 1 second.
All right, but I saw pictures too, not just videos.
Like, can you see that?
Okay, and just for the record, can you describe what what the screen shows?
I just see, the ducks, taking a bath in the stained water. Miss Jody driveway.
Is that on her property?
Yes, on her driveway.
Okay, and where did that water come from?
I don't know. This Mr. Ruiz, it was the one who provided this video. Like I said, I mean, the only evidence we have is all the videos and pictures that he has sent us. I mean, there's nothing that at the moment of my inspection I've seen on Miss Jody property.
Okay, how close is the Mr. Inspector? How close is the property from the nearest canal or Whitewater Bay?
I don't know. Gotta be
less than 100 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, is that where they're coming from?
I can't tell. I don't know, Your Honor. I don't have a.
You don't know?
No.
Okay, is it just ducks, or you have other animals, peacocks, raccoons, rats, anything else besides the ducks?
I mean, that question was for me?
Yes.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
The question is, are there other animals besides ducks?
Well, they're supposed to be. I guess, yeah, there should be more animals around.
I assume that if it's like my neighborhood, you got opossums, you got iguanas, you have in Coral Gables, South Miami, you have peacocks. The question is, what did this property owner do to violate the provisions of the code such that she would be subject to a fine, other than just putting some water down on her driveway and maybe have a bird feed area somewhere in the house? What did is she actually, harboring ducks inside her house, or what?
Again, Your Honor, I don't have an evidence. I didn't take a picture. I didn't witness Miss Jody doing that. So again, whatever evidence I have is just the testimony of Mr. Ruiz, his pictures, his video that he has submitted to the city.
Okay. Anybody else that you would like to testify on behalf of the city in regards to this violation? Anybody else?
Magistrate, I do have a Louis Daoud, I think, who has his hand raised, but he has yet to respond to the questions.
Is the city going to call him as a witness? This is not a public hearing. This is a quasi judicial meeting, and so I don't want everybody in Keystone Point to all of a sudden want to testify in this case, because I'm not going to allow it. But if somebody that the city has wants to call as a witness to support their violation, I'm happy to hear anybody that the city wants to call, but not just randomly go around the room and see who wants to speak. I'm not going to allow that. City, you have anybody else?
Magistrate Smith, Lazaro Raymond, Director of Neighborhood Service, through you, may I?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I do know from the prior cases for the stagnant water, it was something to attract them to the property. Okay. The bird feeder, I haven't seen, other than watering on the property. That's the most that I've actually witnessed in my own inspections. In our one of the last inspections that we did, we walked about 4 blocks, me and Officer Colson, Inspector Colson and I, and Ms. Jody, we walked around. We saw various properties there. She has foxes, she has snakes. It's an urban habitat, and it kind of brings animals to there. When it brings the animals over there, I think maybe the ducks, which is very close, that's a very good point. I think Johnson and Wales, the canal that's back there is pretty close. And that may be where we're coming from. We can't confirm that. But what I did notice, which was just the fact, and like you said, not a popularity contest, was over 10 ducks on one property and maybe 2 or 3 as we walked in the area. So I don't know if maybe the ducks over generations, I'm not a biologist by no means, but was the fact that there was an overwhelming, a lot of ducks on that property as opposed to all the other properties, maybe because of the past situations which are documented and adjudicated for the pools that were there. I know Miss Jody loves nature. I understand that. But what's transpired is when you have that many and they do go somewhere else and they keep attracting there, I think it's more about the numbers. Because when we walked, we maybe saw 2 or 3 on a property, maybe 2 and some ducklings. The ducklings, they don't survive long. In my experiences in Miami Beach and my experiences in Miami Shores with the ducks, usually the ducklings, they'll start to get eaten by the natural fauna, especially where Miss Jody is at. So what we're asking from the city is to see what steps she could take. And there might not be an answer to this because it's not getting rid of all the ducks, because that's nature and we have to learn to live with it. What we're looking for is some sort of solution or order that would allow us at least to monitor and be like, hey, look, she's had, and I'm sure Ms. Jody can tell you, she's had quite a large number. And at one point she did legally take them to, and correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, because I want to make sure not to, testify for you but my understanding is that she did get rid of some ducks because of the overpopulation that were on her property. So where do they roost and or whatever ducks may be doing at night? Do they like her property? Yes. Does it have certain little tidbits that they like extra bird feed, or maybe a little bit of what's growing on the natural trees as nature grows? But does it bring a bigger concentration of ducks on her property? I want to say, from my experience on that block only and that specific property, the answer is yes.
Okay. Mr. Director, I so appreciate you putting it all on the table and expressing the same thoughts that I had in mind. And since you mentioned Miami Beach, you and I were there when a number of city managers attempted to capture all of the feral cats that were invading the city, such that it created a tremendous public health hazard, and one city manager basically was fired because he went around removing cats from the boardwalk. And you know, you have to balance where you live with what's around you. And if you live, like I have a home in North Carolina, and I have anything from foxes to deer to bears, ducks, chickens, turkeys, everything. And God forbid if you should touch one of those animals, because it is their place. We are the ones that are invading their property. So I am very familiar with issues involving, and we see that the peacocks down in the South, where they damage cars, they poop, they people, you know, they're disturbed. Some people are. So I'm going to turn this over to the property owner, Jody, and I know that by now she hears what both the director and I are concerned about, is that for whatever reason, whether it's bird feed, the natural habitat, the way the house is architecturally and landscaped, you know, the ducks like it there, and there's an overwhelming number of ducks, which there's a consequence. You have foxes now coming into the neighborhood, and that's not good. And the foxes want to eat the ducks. And next, we're going to have other animals coming in from, you know, from Alita Park or from other areas in North Miami Beach, and all of a sudden you're in a forest and you want to live peacefully in a residential area, and you don't want 100 ducks pooping on your car every morning. Okay, so Jody, you've been working with the city, you know the issue. I've heard everything that has been said about you. You're a wonderful human being. I love nature, and I appreciate everything you're doing, but I want you to also understand that some of your neighbors, not too many, I only read about 3 or 4 that have concerns, and you can't make everybody happy, but what can you do to lessen the number of ducks that seem to populate within your residence, within your yard, within your trees? What can we do to make this better? This is not about $100 fine. This is not it's you know, it's not about the fine. It's about trying to work out some kind of a compromise with the city so that you don't have to be cited. And
Your Honor, can I say something?
What you're willing to do.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes,
we can hear you, Jody.
Okay. First of all, I've already paid a fine. It was last year I paid the fine. I removed the pools. I thought I was in compliance. Little did I know that this was still going on. I saw Commander Maycock. I said, you haven't been to my house. You came to my house 4 times. He said, I haven't heard any duck problems, until as recently as I was cited with the violation. And I said, I didn't even know this was still going on. In answer to your question, I have a native habitat. The ducks eat my plants. My butterfly population has dwindled to the point it makes me sad. They eat the caterpillars. They don't need human intervention. They do better without it. I have 14 bird feeders. You know, what the birds drop and the ducks get, you know, they don't listen to me. I clean up, I'm hosing honestly from 5 a.m. to 7 p.m. at night in intermittent, every few hours to keep it clean. I put the hose down, I sweep, I do 5,000 other things. He sees the hose running. Do they get some water? Sure. But it doesn't, it builds up in my driveway and it evaporates within 6 minutes anyway. I feel like this is now, he's been harassing me with this. And I said, I'm not going to get upset. So I'm really trying to hold it in.
May I speak, Your Honor?
Yeah. If somebody could post while you're speaking, if somebody could post a picture of the house from the front showing the area in question, that would be helpful also.
Okay, we'll have to probably do that afterwards because now all our phones have been tied up for the last 3 hours.
No, I'm seeing it right now. Leave that picture on. You see it?
Okay. That's not our house. That's Christian's house where some of the ducks wander the neighborhood. Absolute fact. The ducks wandered into our house.
I want to see a picture of your house.
Wait, they got one with they have one with that's the house.
That's the driveway.
That's the puddle. Okay. That's a puddle. Okay. And sometimes it gets a little more.
Okay. All right, keep going, sir. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just want to be informed.
No.
For me? Okay.
Yeah.
The ducks arrived, I guess it was 30 months ago, because Christian has been keeping track, apparently. They flew in from Johnson and Wales. They fly in generally all the time.
They fly.
They fly. They also
one at a time, Jody. I want to hear from Omar.
They walked across Biscayne Boulevard for months, every day, twice a day, back and forth, came in 8-hour landscaping. We water because we have to clean the duck crap away. So we have a low spot in our driveway that accumulates water. It evaporates immediately. We sweep up after the ducks. We hose down after the ducks. We have native birds that we do feed, and there is some ejecta. That's our house there. That there's some ejecta from the feeders. I don't know. We are not harboring anything. We don't feed them. We've been fined. We moved the water sources. We picked up the water sources. He's talking about things in our yard that are literally stakes to hold down a volleyball net. And he's pointing them out as evidence of water. And it's become an absolute harassment. Last night, he was stopped in front of our driveway taking pictures of God knows what.
Let's not stop. Let's not get into personalities.
Well, I don't want a personality thing. I don't want a popularity thing. I want the harassment to stop because I'm incensed. I'm just trying to live my life.
I don't have a magic wand where I can say the harassment will stop. That's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, I don't want to.
I want you to stick to the facts and tell me whether or not you are involved, engaged in the way you view it, in keeping, harboring, maintaining, enticing, or encouraging ducks into your property.
100% no. If I could get rid of all the ducks, I would. They crap all over everything. I like the ducks fine, but they're a pain in my life, as this day has shown. I don't need the aggravation, but what am I going to do? We've actually taken an entire family up to Loxahatchee. We're not supposed to relocate ducks, but because of all the pressure we did, I will never do that again.
Okay. Well, maybe the city commission can make some observations as to what's going on in this particular area of the community. And by the way, I know people on Keystone Point. One of them actually collects butterflies, if you can believe it.
As do we.
Huh?
As do we.
Okay. He's got a very nice, beautiful garden with butterflies. Okay, so it's not about, nature. If the city commission, in its discretion, or the administration for that matter, wants to go out there and remove them and take them to Pelican Island or some other location, I don't know if Pelican Island would accept
They don't.
them. But remove them, put them somewhere else, take them to Olita Park. You know, that's an administrative decision and a policy decision. All I can do today is based on the testimony and the facts that I hear, whether I find by the greater weight of the evidence or by the appropriate standard that I have to use in deciding these cases, clear and convincing that you violated this code section. And I would assume, based on what the director told me, that there seems to be more duck and ducklings on your property, but are you telling me that that's because of the nature of the landscaping and the way that your house has been built and the trees, or, you know, what is in your property that seems to be attracting these dogs that is different from every other property?
Your Honor, can I speak?
Of course. That's
Okay,
I'm directing the question to you.
Okay. Oh, great. Okay. So first of all, if the city moves them, you know, great, they're gone, but they're gonna come back. You can't just get, you know, an iguana literally pooped in my eye. I was doing something in the tree in my eyeball. If I could get rid of anything, can we get rid of them too? I have listen, I have 7 kinds of parrots here. I have birds, I have snakes, I have foxes, I have hawks, 2 kinds of hawks. My landscape is built for nature. The ducks enjoy it. They eat my plants. I had $5,000 landscape of mimosa for ground cover. They obliterated it. It's gone. Does it make me happy? Absolutely not. But I deal with it because I was brought up, I share with animals. Animals, you know, he said I brought in the raccoons. He said I brought in the possums. Goodness, they were here before all of us. I mean, come on. And I know people don't like the ducks. These ducks I grew up with on a golf course, and I didn't like them at all. But you know what? I learned to deal with them. And I just, like them or not, you cannot let them ruin your daily life, which Christian he's letting them do.
Are now ours.
I don't control them, you know? It's a lot of work for me. If it's just a lot of work for anybody, it's all me.
Okay. No, I understand why you're getting emotional. It's been going on for a while. I understand.
We have complied, Your Honor, and he continues to harass.
All right.
Your Honor.
Your
Honor,
I have
wait a
several
second. Let's have some order here, okay? Otherwise, I'm going to mute everybody, and nobody's going to be able to be heard. I had asked a question. I'm not sure that I have an answer.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Ask again.
Listen. Don't interrupt me, okay? You know, when you're winning, you keep quiet, okay? Otherwise, you're gonna, you know, get hurt. My question again to both of you is there anything that you can do within your property to keep the dogs from overwhelming that particular property? Is there anything else you can do? Yes, ma'am.
Perhaps tear down the habitat that took me 7 years to create.
I'm talking about something reasonable. You know what I'm talking about.
No, I don't, what's reasonable? If I see them eating my plants, I say, stop it. And I kind of move them away. They don't listen to me.
Mm-hmm.
I have no control.
Okay, I hear you.
I tried to compromise with Christian. I'm willing to do, I don't know what he wants me to do. I'm not Dr. Doolittle.
Okay.
One other thing, Your Honor.
Yes.
We were cited for our swale. Is that involved in this as well? Because we got the permits.
It's the same
Magistrate, we are only here for the ducks.
We're not here for the swale. I saw something in the file about the swale.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I see a hand
yes, Magistrate, we have 3.
Christian, I'm going to call on you last. I'm going to ask Bill Simpson. who has his hand raised. I'm going to ask him to briefly make a comment, and then I'm going to call on Nicole Braxton. And just briefly, because I don't want to turn this into a public hearing, I am not the city commission, and I have no authority to remove or change or keep any wild animals from Keystone Point. That's not within my authority. So, Nicole, did I call on? No, I called
Bill
on,
and Ann.
Yes, Your Honor, Bill Simpson.
Yes.
I live
Magistrate, do I need to swear him in?
Yes.
All right. Bill, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do. Your
Sir,
Honor,
can you please identify yourself? Tell me where you live.
Yes,
and,
sir.
What is your concern?
Yes, Your Honor. My name is William Simpson. I reside at 2005 Alamanda Drive, exactly 2.5 blocks from the property that's in discussion. What I would like to say is this. I have ducks in my front yard. They spend the night here. They go under my truck during the day to get coolness. They go in the hedge. I have pictures of 4, 5, 6 ducks at my house with 17 ducklings. Yes, they come in the yard. They come to my yard. My yard is completely different from the Sabrinos. Mine is wide open, hot, and everything. They come to my yard to eat a specific weed, grass, or seed that's in the yard. I can't keep them out. My daughter wishes they didn't come to poop. We say, hey, we don't put water out or anything, but if I wash the car, there's a puddle in the driveway, they'll come and sip some water. But you know what? I live with it. The other day I came home, I looked, there were 4 or 5 ducks on the front porch. My wife and daughter were out of town. They came home that night. I said, hey, we had 4 or 5 ducks on the front porch. You know what they were doing? My daughter had cactus plants on the front porch. They were up there eating the cactus, I guess because they like the juice or the, like the water in them or whatever. But my property is 2 to 3 blocks from theirs. I have ducks. I've learned to live with it. Like you said, the peacocks, I have a possum that comes out every night, runs my fence line on top of the wood fence. My 2 dogs go crazy, wake up 2 or 3 times a night. I've got to calm them down. I live with it. This is South Florida. I'm a native. I'm a 3rd generation. I've been in North Miami for 72 years when 135th stopped at the canal. But I will tell you this. In defense of the Sabrinos, I knew when they had the ponds and the pools, and yes, they did remove them. The ducks aren't stupid. They're going to go where there's shade. They come to my house and crawl under my truck or in my bushes to get shade. I don't feed them. I don't water them. I've never had pools out. That's just the facts, Your Honor.
I very much appreciate your testimony. I live in a neighborhood not unlike Keystone Point. I live on Miami Beach. I live on the water. And I know nature.
Your Honor, excuse me, Your Honor. And I also have iguanas. I've had raccoons that we had to, have. My neighbor next door hires a service to trap the raccoons and the possums, a professional service. But I mean, ducks don't have a brain that says, oh, I can't go to the Sabrino's yard or I can't go to the Simpsons yard because they might get a fine from the city and they'll have to pay $100. It's their instinctive nature to go seek out like a human being. If it's hot and you're working, you try to work in the shade. It's not rocket science. It's instinctively inbred in them.
All right. I appreciate your candor and your testimony, sir. And is there someone else before I call on Mr. Ruiz again? Anybody else?
There was Nicole and then Ruiz.
All right. Let's go to Nicole Asher Braxton. You need to be sworn first.
Hi, can you?
No,
oh,
she was, I believe
was
she was
sworn in.
sworn already, yes.
Okay, your name and address.
Nicole Asher Braxton. I live at 12954 Banyan Road, North Miami. So I live in Houston.
How close to the property in question do you live?
Less than half a mile. Actually, please, baby. I actually walk Keystone and go down Keystone Boulevard. Walked it 2 times this week. Actually, far, like 4 or 5 homes down from where Jody lives, there was a new group of ducklings with their mama. I mean, they're everywhere. So I think the witnesses have pretty much covered anything that I would say, but I don't think that anything's being done to bring them near Christian's house.
All right, as I said before, I've read everybody's affidavits, and I'm familiar. Again, I'm not counting votes here. This is not about voting or how many are for it or against it. This is strictly about whether or not the property owner is in violation of the code. Okay? Anybody other than Christian Ruiz that hasn't been called upon? Anybody else? All right, so let's go back to Christian Ruiz. And sir, if you want to identify yourself for the record, you may also. Are you a co-owner?
I'm the owner of the property, sir.
Okay, okay, you are the owner, and your
Yes,
name your name is what?
James Barry Behar. I wasn't originally going to be available for this, but my schedule changed, so I was here. That's why, Christian was the one primarily going to attend today.
Okay, so why don't you tell me what?
I don't know at what point this became about whether or not the ducks.
Your Honor, do you want to swear him in?
Yes, yes. You need to be sworn in to testify, sir. State your full name for the record.
James Barry Behar.
All right. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
So help you God, I do.
Okay. Before you testify, I know everything there is to know about homeowners associations. I know what it's like being in the minority, and I know what it's like being in the majority, and I know how emotional and difficult these issues get. Trust me, I've been through it a million times. And I hope that this is not about personalities or harassment or evil motives or, somebody's, because I want everyone to try to live together in peace and tranquility and enjoy the quality of life. You pay a lot of money to live in Keystone Point, and I just want harmony between everybody. And that, this, I guess, comes from my days as a politician. But ultimately, you all are going to have to try to figure out a solution amongst yourselves as to what to do as a homeowners association. Or if you can't resolve your problems, you're going to have to contact one of your commissioners, put the item on the agenda, have a discussion, and see if the fathers of the city and mothers have a better solution. And that's really where we are. So please go ahead and, tell me what's on your mind.
So I don't know when this became about ushering the ducks to the front of my house. They come because they come and their nature, and I understand that. My biggest concern is that I was physically assaulted over this matter by neighbors that are busy defending ducks. And when my personal safety becomes an issue, that's when I care. Okay? I was panic stricken when I was assaulted inside my car, spat at. My car was punched and dented by a neighbor defending the ducks. And really, I don't know what world we live in where that's okay. I'm sorry, that's just not okay. I don't care about the ducks living or dying. I don't care. They can roam the streets. I don't like them on my property. Do I wish they were all gone? Absolutely. But what my biggest concern is that there is like a movement to protect the ducks amongst neighbors. I was physically assaulted. I got spit in my face.
Did you file a police? Did you file a police?
Yes, I did, sir. Yes, I did.
Okay, and what happened?
The gentleman that hit me refused to come to the door so that they wouldn't see his fist was injured and in pain. He refused to come to the door, and the officer was not exactly very cooperative and helpful. I tried, but you know what I had to do? I had to alter my living schedule to avoid that neighbor at all costs in and around my street, because I fear for my safety. Because I said to him, please don't usher the ducks back to the houses. Let them roam. Don't usher them. And they were busy ushering them. And so the guy got insulted that I was telling him what to do, and he spit in my face, and he proceeded to punch my car so many times he left a dent in the door. I felt for my safety, and
Well,
that's just never okay.
That's unacceptable. It's horrible. And if I were you, I would go visit your favorite attorney and try to get a restraining order against this neighbor, and possibly sue him for assault and battery, and that'll teach him a lesson. That's not acceptable.
I understand that that's all unacceptable, but you know what I don't like? I don't like the karma of living in the problem over and over again. I altered my schedule because I'm a live and let live kind of guy. My entire life is about live and let live. Okay? The reality is that there's a movement. They're like the defense attorneys for these ducks. Let them be. Don't give them water. Don't give them food. Don't give them anything. Don't usher them. Don't push them. Don't take them. Do nothing. Do nothing. Just ignore them. Do what's the opposite. Be tidy. Be clean. Be neat. If you have a certain weed that attracts them, get rid of the weed. Do whatever you can to help reduce the population. There are all kinds of things that can be done to live harmoniously in a neighborhood. Assaulting your neighbors is not one of them.
Absolutely not. And I told you what I would do, and you're free to take my advice or not. But if you're afraid, if you're being harassed, if you're being punched, if you're being kicked, if your car is being damaged by someone who persists in doing so, and I would try to get a restraining order from a judge, and deal with it that way. If that continues, it's contempt, and the person can be imprisoned. I would hope that the association has a meeting where they can discuss this particular incident that happened with this individual, and that under no circumstances is this to be tolerated by the association. I hope that that never happens again. So I'm going to go back to Jody, and we're going to finish it in about 2 minutes because we're running very late.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, I would just like to say that we were in no way involved in any assault. I don't think he said or implied that. But as far as live and let live and restraining orders, we just want to live and let live, and that's what we're trying to do. And it becomes more and more difficult when the neighbor who lives and let lives is harassing us. We're not harassing everybody.
I'm sorry to interrupt again. If you want to term it harassment, you're entitled to, but I have never addressed you, sir. And the
You have
minute
never
these
addressed
ducks
me,
showed
but
up, hold on. The minute these
Enough, Madam Clerk.
I've muted both of them.
Mute both of them, and I'm going to say a couple of things.
Okay.
Number one, I don't believe that the city has established by clear and convincing evidence that the property owner in question has violated either section 4-11 or 4-12. I find no evidence of them keeping, harboring, maintaining, enticing, or encouraging the feeding of animals, merely having a landscaping plan or a home that for whatever reason the ducks like to visit because they like the trees, the flowers, the ambience, whatever it is. I don't know that that by itself is a violation. I can see where the overpopulation of ducks in the area can be a nuisance. And now that we're seeing foxes, you know, next we'll see coyotes and maybe a couple of other predatory animals come into the neighborhood. I think that the city commission should entertain some kind of a remediation campaign to address this particular concern to the extent that it is an overpopulation of wild animals. If they want to leave things alone, it's within their purview, but it's not an issue that I have jurisdiction over. And so as far as this particular case is concerned, I find in favor of the property owner and would urge everybody at the homeowners association. And as I said, I have friends that live there. I hope that everybody can live peacefully and not have to go to court and get restraining orders. Just live and let live and be done with this. You know, never seen a case with 70 affidavits or 50 affidavits filed by the residents. So obviously it's a very passionate issue. As I explained earlier, we had the same issue with cats in Miami Beach when Laz and I were there. And it led to the firing of the city manager because he was too aggressive. So there's got to be a balance that works for everybody. So with that said, case is over. We move on to the next one. We're running out of time.
Thank you, Magistrate.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Magistrate. There are a couple of individuals who are in the attendees list who did not register. So we can just try to go by this list to see who's here because they will not respond to the chat to see what cases they are here for. So I do have, again, a Mr. Louis Diadu. I'm not sure what case he is here for. Louis, if you can please enable your audio. Jody, your case has been...
You can eliminate Jody.
Yes.
There's two Jodys.
Yeah.
We have a Louis Daoud.
Yes, Louis Daoud. If you can please unmute your mic and video and let us know what case you are here for.
Sir, can you hear us?
We'll come back to him.
All right.
I have John Arcia. John Arcia, if you can unmute your mic and enable your video.
Ruiz is off.
Oh, can you hear me now?
This is okay. John, yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, you need to delete
enable your...
Kristen.
Yes, I'm going through them all individually, Your Magistrate.
I can't seem to turn on my video.
I see a nice looking gentleman with a blue suit and a red tie. John Arcia.
Yeah.
Oh yes, now I'm here. I can see everybody now.
There we go.
Okay, is that the moon in the background, or?
I like to try to think. I think I'm Captain Picard. That's why I.
Yeah, are you traveling in space, huh?
It still can't get far enough away to get caught up in all this work.
Okay, what case are you here about?
Sir, I'm here on case number CEZCU-2022-00705. It's an Inspector Jonathan Magistrate case.
What's the name of the case?
The White House condominium. The White House.
Yeah, yeah, okay.
All right, sir. Are you, Mr. Arcia, are you an attorney representing this case?
Yes, I'm the general counsel for the association.
Okay, so we don't need to administer the oath here.
Yeah, what What case number is it?
This is item number 32 on the agenda, the White House condo. Case number CEFOB is what I have.
Yes.
2022-00398. This case was previously found guilty by Magistrate Kazoo with an abatement date of January 24. The fine was set at $150 plus the assessment, the $100 cost assessment.
Okay, again, state your name for the record, your address and your relationship to the property. I guess you're the attorney. So give me your business address.
Thank you, sir. Yes, my name is John Arcia, A-R-C-I-A. I am the general counsel and attorney for the White House Condo Association, and my office address is 175 Southwest 7th Street, Suite 2000, Miami, Florida, 33130.
Okay, are you here to tell me that you got your business tax receipt for the White House condominium?
Sir, what we did get, we got approved on 4/9 it says here, I have an email, congratulations, your certificate of use was processed and approved. So we got that, but then there was a mishap because we didn't receive the application, or there was a problem, and then the property manager was out ill for a couple of days, extended, and now we do have the business tax form. The document has been filled out, and it was actually signed by the president on Monday. So we will be submitting it, and we believe it'll be, uploaded by the end of this week. So if I could have just a few more days, but we did get approved for the first step, which was the only reason it hasn't been done was just because of timing.
Yeah, you can't get a BTR without having a certificate of use first, and your condo must have had some construction issues that delayed the, I'm just assuming, because I've heard these cases before, that there may be some issues with zoning that needed to be, or building that needed to be rectified. So now that you got your CU, it should be a matter of days before you get your BTR. You have the application in front of you?
I don't have it in front of me, but yes, I know that it was signed by the president on Monday, meaning that it was, I didn't take care of it.
I want to hear from the city. Any comment from the city regarding this matter? I know that it has been previously adjudicated, but mindful that now that they've gotten their certificate of use, I will ask you whether you want to give them an extra few days to file for the BTR. What's the city's pleasure?
Good afternoon, Magistrate Smith, Inspector Jonathan Lemestry, Neighborhood Services Department. As council has stated, they did obtain their certificate of use, but as of the final reinspection date on April 17th, there was nothing on file. I actually went to the Development Services Department to ask specifically about the White House, and they said that there was no application on file and or if they have it or not. If council is stating that they could obtain it within a couple days, by all means, we could, I'll give them the time, but it should be noted that there's nothing on file since the White House condos existed of them having a BTR.
All right, as an officer of the court, you recognize, of course, that you're going to, and also as the general counsel for the association, make every effort to have the association file the appropriate BTR. It is not a difficult process. It is not even an expensive process. It's very easy once you have the certificate of use. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to table this, and I'm going to say to you, bluntly, if you don't comply by May 22nd, your association is going to be fined. What was the prior magistrate's?
$150. 150, magistrate.
Okay, I will increase it to $250 a day if it is not, if the BPR is not obtained by May 22nd.
Very well, I appreciate that, and I appreciate the inspector giving us the time as well, and magistrate, thank you as well.
Okay, All right, thank you.
Do we have to appear again on, or no?
No, if you once you get your BTR, I guess you get it with the finance department. Is that correct, Inspector?
The department's called Development Services Department, but finance, yes.
Yeah. Okay, so once you get it, you make sure that Inspector Lemestre has a copy of it. I would also copy the clerk so that there's no chance that it's going to get lost in the shuffle, and then that's it. If by the 22nd of May it's they don't have it, which I don't believe is going to happen, but in the event that it doesn't happen, it'll come back to me, and I will set a higher fine than the prior inspector did.
Well, hopefully we'll see you again in other circumstances.
I definitely hope so.
Thank you again. Thank you all. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, Magistrate, we have Liliana Lopez. Liliana Lopez, if you can enable your audio and video and let us know what case you are here for. Liliana Lopez.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Can you please enable your video as well?
Trying. Where do I go?
And what's the property owner's name that you're here for?
MJZ 1215, and the case number is MHVIO 20.
I have it, Miss Liliana.
Okay.
What is the number?
It's item number 15 and 16. Liliana, if you can please enable your video.
I'm
so I
trying.
can
I don't know
swear
how to
you
do
in.
this. How do I do this?
On the bottom of your device, there's an image of a video camera. If it's aligned with a red line through it, then you need to click on it so you can enable it.
I don't see it, and I was not also able to CC you or text back when you text me. I don't know what's going on.
Are you on your phone?
I am on my phone.
All right, so on your phone, you see where the mic is?
I see the mic, yes.
All right, next to it, it should say something that start video, stop video.
No, it says chat, and then a hand and caption, nothing else. Not allowing me to.
Does your phone allow you to do video?
Correct, it does.
It does.
The first time that I'm having this issue. Before, I always go on my phone. Oh,
is there any other device you can log in on?
I will
try. Because if the option to video is not there, then
let me see. So give me a few minutes. Can I use your phone? Try to log in on your phone. Okay, so give me a few minutes. Let me try to log in.
Well, I'm not going to wait a few minutes. Let's move on to the next.
Minute? 1 minute?
I'll give you 1 minute.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Magistrate. Can I ask a question right quick? I've been on this Zoom for like 2 hours now.
Ludi, you'll need to wait till you're called. We've called you several times and you weren't available, so give us a moment, please.
Madam Clerk, I love how you handle these interruptions. It's been a little while today. Reminded me of my days as a city commissioner when you had 50 people on one side of an issue and 50 people on the other side of the issue, and you had to split the baby in half, and it wasn't fun. You always ended up upsetting somebody.
Right.
Okay.
And your director can tell you all about it.
Okay.
All right, Liliana.
Hello? Yes, I'm on the same. I'm signing on another device, and it's the same exact thing. It's not leaving me the option.
No problem, Liliana. That's fine. We're just gonna mute you for now. We'll call you right after. Just
Perfect.
get your situation situated at this point. So 1 moment. Ludi, if you're still available, please enable your audio and video, please. Ludi, and he's not here again.
Are we pronouncing his name properly? Perhaps that's why he's not responding.
Louis Daoud, Luidaoud. Please enable your audio.
Sometimes it's pronounced out.
He was on just a second ago. I'm not sure why he's must be away from his device. All right, so I'm gonna go to the next person that I have here.
All right, let's do it.
All right, so I'm gonna go to Megan Perez. Megan Perez, if you can please enable your video and audio.
Why is everybody having problems today?
I have no idea.
Can you hear me all right?
We can hear you. We just need you to be able to see you.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I actually am working from my laptop as well and have no, I'm a cam, so I do this often and I have no opportunity to turn on my camera. The host would like to promote you to panelist.
Yes, when we send that, then you'll need to select it.
Here we go. Start my video. Thank you so much.
There we go. Miss Megan, if you can please raise your right hand first. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
All right. What case are you here for? Let me know the property owner's name.
It's Windward Condo.
Windward Condo. All right, Magistrate. That's the item number 33, 34, as well as 35. So allow me to read those into proceeding. Item number 3, Windward Condo, case number CEFOB 2023-00491. Item number 34, Windward Condo, CEZCU 2023-00820. And item number 35, Windward Condo, MHVIO 2023-01038. And the officer on this case is Brentley Daniels.
All right, Ms. Perez, what is your full name, address, and your relationship to the property, the alleged
Yes, sir.
violation?
My name is Megan Perez. I am the Community Association Manager for Windward Condo since 2021. And you need my home address, my physical home address?
No, the address of your business.
Okay, 1225 Northeast 124th Street, North Miami, Florida 33161, office.
All right, so you're the managing agent, I suppose?
I am.
Of the association. Are you familiar with the violations that are being asserted against the property Windward Condo?
I am, sir, yes. And Mr. the inspector and I have had extensive conversations, and I want to thank him for his work as well and be happy to provide any information you all need.
So I guess this was an annual housing inspection. The first one is business tax receipt. Do you have a business tax receipt? If not, why not?
So we have this certificate of use that we just received this month, and the business tax receipt. I got an email on the 22nd of April telling me that I can go in and pay the $16.75. Unfortunately, this week I've been ill, and we are an old condo that still functions with checks, and so I have to go get the check signed by the president to take it over to North Miami by the end of this week. I believe by Friday I should be able to do that, which I explained to Mr.
So let's try to kill two birds, if you will, or two ducks with one stone.
Sure.
We have 33 and 34. I'm going to assume that what you're telling me is that you're in compliance with the certificate of use requirement. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I assume the city will dismiss that violation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so I'm going to do the same as I did with the prior owner. I am going to tell you that I am going to table number 33 to
May 22nd.
To May 22nd, and if you're not in, I'm not going to issue an adjudication because business tax receipt you can get in 5 minutes by paying a very minimal charge. So rather than having an adjudication, I'm just going to ask you and request of you to have your business tax receipt by May 22nd. And if you don't have it by then, I'm going to be inclined to issue you a fine. So I'm not adjudicating it. I'm just tabling it. So the more serious violation, however, is the next one, which is number 35. The clerk, have you read number
Yes.
35 into the record?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
so we have some issues here involving balconies, stucco, rebar. I've seen the pictures. Can you show the pictures? That page doesn't help me. Show me the pictures of the areas in question. That's one. Are these balconies?
Yes,
Your Honor.
Okay, those are serious, not life safety necessarily, but serious violations. Is the building official around? Is the building official or his designee or her designee available for some questions?
Inspector Pressy, she would be assist representing with this.
Okay.
case.
So take a look at those pictures and you tell me, you know, go through those pictures if you haven't seen them, and you tell me what you think about those balconies and the stucco and the rebar and speak up so I can hear you.
Okay, what's your question?
My question is, do you think that's a life safety issue?
It's very, yes.
I mean, is it something that is, almost ready to collapse, or is there?
I'm not gonna say it's no, not as it ready to collapse, but it need to be pulled a permit, like working on this as soon as possible, like submitting permits and stuff like that. It's not ready to collapse today or tomorrow,
Okay.
but
Have they
umbrellas need to be repaired.
Have they pulled any permits?
That property address, give me 1 second. That's 1970, correct?
No, 1225 Northeast 124th
That's
Street.
on my screen, I'm sorry.
Megan, have you pulled any permits on any of this?
We have, sir. We actually finished the balconies that they are showing is pictures 25 and 26, for instance. Those have already been repaired. Those are the ones that were in worse condition. The work has already been done and corrected on that. I believe Inspector Daniel can confirm that that's the case. These other balconies, while they do need work, and we have received proposals, because we're going to have to do this in phases. We've got to remove all the tile. I've gotten a quote from a contractor to remove all the tile, and then they're going to have to determine how extensive the repair is going to be on each balcony. So this is a bit of a longer term project. I also have a proposal for that northwest beam picture that they were showing just a moment ago, because that one is troublesome. So, our thing right now, as many of you might know, condo associations, through the tragedy in Surfside, we're having to abide by a lot of new rules and regulations by the time 2024 budget year is up. And this building historically did not save money, which is quite usual in the older buildings in Miami. They've just, they special assess. And so we are special assessing, and we are creating the budget for all the reserves we're going to have to implement next year, because they've historically waived reserves. But I don't know if that answers your question, but we are on it. We've already done 2 of the balconies. It cost us $12,000 to do the 2 balconies just for the contractor work. And you should see the city should be able to see that the permit was opened and closed by M. Diaz Corp. last year.
Can you give me that permit number, because I don't see it?
I appreciate your candor and the way you explained it, and I'm very familiar with the post-Surfside and post-state legislature rules and regulations governing condominiums. And I know that people are getting hurt financially. Assessments need to be raised, especially if you have no reserves. On the other hand, your responsibility as an owner in a condo is to address these relatively serious concerns that the building official probably will have some issues with it. I mean, I can see the rebar pretty clearly there. And I know that it's going to take a little bit of time. So I want to hear from the inspector how much work has been done and how much more needs to be done before the property is in compliance.
Yes, Your Honor. Well, myself and Ms. Perez, we've been in constant communication with everything. She's been complying with all of the other violations that I opened up when I conducted my initial annual housing inspection. So, I mean, if she does need more time, I'm in favor of giving her the allotted time that she needs to get everything.
How much of the work has been completed to date?
I would say maybe 20% of the work right now, as far as the two balcony that she mentioned that are already done, but you know the 80% would be the other balconies that need more work done.
Okay, Megan, do you have a contractor already on standby, ready to work?
We do, and the board has to make their final selection. That's where we are right now, along with getting our reserve study quotes for the structural reserves, because we need inspectors to come in there and tell us exactly what order to put things in.
Okay, how much time do you think you'll need?
If I can get, you mean to complete all of the work on all the balconies?
Everything.
Everything. A couple of months. Maybe for the July hearing, we're going to address this as soon as possible.
Okay, well, I'm glad you were hearing, you were listening when the clerk told me my abatement dates, because that's what I had in mind. We're going to go to July, but I will find that based on the testimony and the evidence I've heard, and I appreciate again your honesty and candor and being upfront with me. I find for the city on this violation, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of July 24th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated. I hope you can get it done by then. If you're moving in the right direction and it's not finished by July 24th, come back and see us. And if you're almost finished, we'll be lenient on the fines. But you need to explain to your clients that it doesn't matter whether they have the money or not. They can always get a loan.
Sure.
These are matters that are of the highest priority. Landscaping and paving and things of that nature, and putting nice flowers and things around the neighborhood about the building. And they're all great, but they are secondary to these issues that we've addressed here today. So instead of spending money on other things, when you do your assessments, this is priority number one.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much, and hope that we can get it resolved by July 24th.
Thank you all very much for your time.
All right.
Thank you, Megan.
Bye-bye.
All right, Magistrate, go back to pronunciation. Please forgive me. Louis. Last name Daoud.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you can please enable your audio and video, we need to be able to see you.
I don't know, because my son was there to help me, but he has to go to work. My name is Margaret Ade.
Miss Margaret,
Yeah, I don't
do
know
you need someone to assist you with translation?
because I don't know if. Do you want me to give you my case number to see if?
No, I want to know if do you need a translator?
Do you have one? Hello?
Yes, Ms. Margaret,
Yeah,
do
we
you
want,
need
we
a,
want to know, if you speak and can
a
you
different
understand,
language?
can you understand English, or would you like to have a translator?
Let me have a translator,
Okay, perfect.
please.
May I have the Creole interpreter please enable audio and video? Thank you. Can you let her know how to enable her audio and video, please?
¿Me puede escuchar?
Not the Spanish
Sorry, you said you're in
interpreter,
Creole, right?
Creole, yes.
Ok, bonsoir madame, moi-même, moi c'est interprète qui va le traduire pour vous là. Et n'a besoin pour ouvrir micro avec caméra. Et pour ça, je ne sais pas si on peut utiliser un téléphone ou bien ordinateur. Tu as supposé un petit bouton. Tu as supposé un petit bouton qui t'en un micro. Et puis à côté, ou après une qui t'en une caméra, là marqué start vidéo.
Vous capable répéter ça dis-moi encore, s'il te plaît?
Oui. En bas écran, on prend un petit dessin micro. Là, on parle, ou après la montée, la couleur vert. Et puis à côté, on a une caméra.
Vous dites couleur qui ça?
En couleur vert, ça c'est pour micro. Hein. Mais à côté micro, on a un bouton caméra qui marque start vidéo. I don't see it.
Ask her what address she is here for or the case number she has down.
Pour qui adresse ou la même, ou bien qui numéro dossier ou venez pour lire?
Case number, il marque CITRA, CITRA 2023 00017. 17.
The case number here says
Item number
CETR.
10.
Got it?
Yeah, I got it. Magistrate, how would you like to proceed?
I'd like to see somebody. This is a very, very serious violation, and I'd like to see somebody's face, and I'd like them to speak to the violation. I'm not gonna postpone it.
Right.
If there's nobody here, then I'm gonna issue a default order. But I don't know if this lady is the right. What is her name? What is the lady's name?
Her name is Margaret. She's the property owner.
She's the property owner?
Yes.
And she can't connect?
Ou pas qu'à connecter, ou pas qu'à ouvrir caméra?
Magistrate.
Yes.
May I ask if Miss Margaret is home, translator, so we can send someone to assist?
Madame Margaret, ou la caillou? Oui. Nous avons mon aller d'eau.
S'il te plaît, parce que c'est sous un walker, marcher.
Yes, please, because I'm also using a walker. I can't walk.
Magistrate, are you okay with that?
Yes.
All right, so we'll move forward and we'll have we can have the code officer on that case, Gennaro Murillo, go assist her with that camera, and then we'll call her after we're done with those.
Yeah, that address is not far from you, is it?
Right, no, it's not. It's right around the corner.
Okay.
Thank you, Magistrate.
N'a voyons officier la CAO, officier sous dossier la CAO pour capable aider. Après ça, n'a les dossiers là.
Okay, merci.
Thank you.
All right, Magistrate. We'll go on and move with Liliana Lopez.
I've heard that name before.
Yes, she was the one who could not log in. Liliana, if you can please enable your audio and video.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you. There was a message sent to you to enable your video. I promoted you to panelist. That message you should have received. To click on that, please.
What case is this?
That's what we're not sure because we need her to give us that information. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Miss Liliana, you said NJZ, correct?
15 and 16.
15 and 16.
Yes.
All right, she's still having issues with her camera.
You're not going to send someone over to her house, are you?
I just muted Miss Louie. So Liliana. Yeah, I know that. All right, Magistrate, I'll go on to Sebastian Roca.
Go ahead.
All right. Sebastian Roca, if you can please enable audio and video, you should receive a message to join as panelist. Sebastian, I do see you are logged in. If you can just enable your audio and video, perfect. Mr. Sebastian, if you can please advise what case you are here for. What's the name of the property owner?
The property owner is Humahu 2 Investments, LLC.
All right, one moment, Magistrate. Let me get there.
This is case number 8.
Yes.
12200 Northeast 8th
Yes,
Avenue.
Jonathan.
All right, put him in.
All right, so Sebastian, please raise your right hand.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. And I'm going to read the item number 8, Humahu 2 Investments, LLC, case number CEMHS 2022-00368. This case was previously found guilty by Magistrate Smith with an abatement date of March 20 of 2024. The fine is set at $500 per day plus the $100 cost assessment. The officer on this case is Jonathan Lemestre.
Okay, Mr. Roca, identify yourself, tell me where you live, and what is your relationship to the property?
Hi, yes. So I am the son of the owner of the unit, well, the property in this case. I live here in Florida in Davie, actually. And that's all I don't know if you need anything else, but that's basically what I can tell you. I have spoken with
your father's name is Humberto?
Humberto, yes.
He's the manager for the LLC, correct?
Yes, he's a manager in the LLC, not the only one. But
Okay,
yes.
so do you have an ownership interest, or you're here basically on behalf of your father?
No, I am the one that's currently taking care of the basically the property now. I've spoken with Jonathan a couple times now, and I've actually got a lot of the things out of the way, and this is one of the few things that I still need to do. There are a few things that I still need to do on the property itself, but I am just gathering everything. I've already spoken with a bunch of contractors and everything, getting the pricing for some things that that we need to do. But I'm on it, and I have Jonathan updated on everything that I do, basically.
All right, I'm going to hear from the officer. You were found guilty on February of 24. You were found guilty on February 7th, and you were supposed to abate by March 20th, 2024. So I want to hear from the officer to see if there has been significant progress towards compliance, or whether people are dragging their feet? What has been
Mhm.
done? What needs to be done?
Good afternoon, Neighborhood Service Inspector Jonathan Lemestry. And as the clerk stated, this case has been heard by you, and they were found guilty. And they had to abate by March 20th. As of the final reinspection date on April 17th, the walls have not been pressure washed or painted. The fascia and the soffits are still damaged, and there have been no permits opened by the building. There have been no permits applied for or issued by the building department to paint the building and or repair the fascia and the soffits. The property is still in disrepair. He's had multiple. There's been multiple violations opened against his property. He has worked on some of them, but as for this specific case, nothing has been done.
All right. I'm going to give you a couple of minutes, Sebastian, to respond to it. I'm inclined to ratifying the fines and start collecting fines, accruing fines as of the date of abatement. The inspector's testimony is not quite the same as yours. So tell me, what, if anything, have you done with regard to the specific violations that are asserted here for which you were found guilty?
The specific violation that I got for this hearing, which was for painting and repairing the soffit, that's the one that I've been working on with some contractors, because I had a contractor that I used before, but he clearly gave me the runaround, and I've already have two other estimates that I'm inclined to do one with one that I just got like 2 days ago in order to start submitting all the permits and everything to do those. I told Jonathan this about 2 or 3 weeks ago, and yes, I understand that I've been a little late on the matter, but if you couldn't tell, I was in the hospital for about 2.5 weeks. I had pneumonia, and
What
I'm
about your
just coming
father?
back.
Where was your father?
No, my father he's here, but he doesn't do any of this anymore. He's basically retired. I remember we spoke back in February, but it's the problem with this property itself, why it's gone to this point. It's because my brother-in-law, which is enlisted in the LLC, was the one that supposedly was taking care of all of this. So I know that Jonathan said that I did work in some of them, and I have, and I will continue to do so. It's not that I'm lying here. He's seen it, that I've done a work on it, and I will continue to do so. I will most likely, almost 100% sure, will have the estimate approved already by tomorrow, the latest, so I can submit all that I need to submit. And however long it takes, once I submit all the things and are approved, I'll start work right away. But it's not that I'm not doing it. Like I said,
I heard the same story back in February 7th.
No.
I am not convinced that you have good excuses. I believe that you're dragging your feet, and I need to keep your feet to the fire. I'm going to ratify the fines. Wait, no, I'm done. I'm done with you.
Okay.
I'm done with you. Now, what's going to happen is that there's going to be a lien placed on your property, and the city at some point is going to foreclose on your lien, and you're going to lose your entire investment. Okay? Because when I enter an order, I mean business. I don't mean, well, my brother, and he screwed it up, and my father doesn't do this, and I can't find a contractor, and I had pneumonia. To me, that all of that sounds bogus. Okay? Not that I don't believe you. I just don't think that you did everything I asked you to do. So therefore, and please, listen carefully. Okay? I am going to find, based on the testimony that I've heard today, that please mute the property owner. I don't want to hear every time I say something. That the evidence presented shows that the property has been out of compliance since the compliance date of March 20th, 2024. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500 per day. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. I assess costs in favor of the city, and I authorize the imposition of a lien against the property. And that case is over. I don't want to hear anymore. My orders have to mean something. Okay, I mean business. So let's move on to the next case.
All right, no problem. Moving on, we have another person here. Again, please forgive me on the pronunciation. I have Yamilet Hernandez. If you can please enable your audio as well as your video, you should have received the notification for you to be promoted to panelist.
Hi, I'm here.
Thank you. Miss Yamilet is
Easy or Yami?
Yami, okay. If you can please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Please say I do.
Yes, I do.
All right, Yami, if you can please advise us what case you are here for by letting us know the property owner's name.
Property owner's name is Hidden Waters Condominium Association.
All right, thank you. Magistrate, that is item number 6 and 7 on the agenda. So I'll go ahead and read that into to the case. Item number 6, Hidden Water Condo Association, Nicole Germain. Case number is FYBRR 2021-00144. This case was previously found guilty by Magistrate Smith with an abatement date of March 20, 2024. The fine was set at $500 per day plus the $100 cost assessment. The officer on this case is Shani Pressy.
Ma'am, please identify yourself for the record one more time, your address and relationship to the property.
My name is Yamilet Hernandez. The address is 175 Fontainebleau Boulevard, Suite 2G1, Miami, Florida 33172. Property address is 1860 Venice Park Drive, North Miami, Florida 33181, and I'm the property manager.
Okay, somebody's talking in the background. Please cease and desist. I can pronounce Yamilet. I will. No, I'm interested in hearing from you as to what the status is of the 40 or 10-year building, whichever it is, 40 or 50-year or 10-year recertification. Are you in compliance?
We submitted the report. We paid the fees. We just passed a special assessment. Payments are coming in, and work is going to be commencing hopefully within the next 30 to 45 days.
Okay, I'm not. Let's worry about the work in a minute when we go over the next one. But in terms of submitting the recertification report, have you done that?
Yes.
Okay, a building official, do we have a certification report filed on this property?
The report was submitted on the 19th of this month, of last month. It has been rejected. The review process from the electrical and structural part, it had comments from the 19th. The electrical was reviewed on the 22nd. The structural part was reviewed on the 29th. Both of those was rejected and have comments that needs to be addressed. So as of today, by the end of the day, I will be typing up the information and sending that notice out for the repairs that needs to be corrected.
Yeah, the repairs, we'll deal with the repairs. I just want to know if the report has been filed.
Yes, on the 19th of last month.
Okay, so does that mean that the violation goes away, or it's not formally
It's not
filed
formal.
until
Yeah,
all of the comments are responded to?
correct. Everything needs to be responded to.
Okay, so give me an example of a comment on the recertification report.
Okay, so one of the comments was the thermographic report. They need to submit that. So that's when the infrared report needs to be submitted. That part was missing. That's for the electrical portion. And then as far as the structural part, um, as per the structural report, the building needs structural repairs, missing the number of stories on the number line. So it's very small that they need to fix, which it depends on how fast they can move with their submitting the thermographic report and then correcting the structural parts. But they do need some repairs. The repairs are minor, so I don't know how fast they're gonna be able to pull those permits.
All right, so I guess what we're saying here is that both violations are connected, correct?
Correct.
All right, so what do they need to do
They're gonna have
what do they need to do?
All right, to certify the violations, because the reason why I still bring it forward, because this report should have been submitted since 2021. So they just came in to submit it like 2 weeks ago. So that's why I still left it on the agenda, because they're not in compliance, as completely in compliance, because it's repairs and items that needs to be addressed. So it's up to you to make the decision of if you want to, remove it or move forward.
Well, I want to know what they need to do.
Two things they have to do
that they haven't done yet.
The thermographic report is missing. That's a part of the report.
What report?
The thermographic report. That's a part of the electrical report. So when they submitted this report, it wasn't a part of that report. It should have been submitted. And then the second part is just the repairs, which if they would have submitted the report in time, they would have had 150 days to complete those repairs. But the report has been going on 4 years, almost 3 years since they should have submitted a report. This going back since 2021.
Okay, my agenda says that they have dirt, mildew, and stains on the exterior walls. Is that still the case, Madam Inspector, or have they done anything to address
Magistrate, that case is a different code officer. That's Officer Jonathan Lemestre. Ms. Pressey, Inspector Pressey's addressing item number 6 for the 40-year.
Okay, so let's put a hold on number 6, and let me hear number 7, and then I'll rule as to both of them. Yamilet, I'll let you speak after I hear from the inspector, please.
All
Let
right.
me hear
Okay, so that's item number 7, Hidden Water Condo Association. Nicholson Germain, MHVIO 2023-01173, previously found guilty by Magistrate Smith with an abatement date of March 20 of 2024. Fine was set at $500 plus the $100 cost assessment. Inspector is Jonathan Lemestre.
Mr. Lemestre, has any work been done to address the violations?
No, sir. And there's no permit on file to paint the condominium as well. Since it's a commercial property, they would have to obtain a permit from the building department to paint the property. Nothing has been done.
Okay, when was your last inspection?
April 17th, 2024.
Can you show me pictures of the condition reflected in your in the agenda?
Absolutely.
All right, so from the beginning.
I don't know if the pictures could do it justice, but the walls are dirty, stained throughout the entire property.
How many units? How many units are involved?
It's a 2-story building. I don't know the amount of buildings. I don't know if Yamilet could share that with you.
If I'm not mistaken, it's 67. I'm gonna get you an exact number right now.
Okay. All right. Okay, let me hear from Yamilet. And it's been a long time. This case was open in 2021. I found you guilty. You probably heard what I said earlier about my orders. I take my orders seriously. You were found guilty in February, and you were supposed to obey by March. And the officer tells me that you haven't even gotten a building permit for a paint job or a pressure clean the exterior walls. It seems to me, from what I'm hearing, that your condominium association is dragging their feet, and they just don't want to listen to the city and don't care about my order. What is your position on all this?
Well, we came in the last time we came in to the magistrate. I was present with the attorney. There was a problem with notifications that they were going everywhere. As soon as I got off the phone, we started looking for an engineering firm. I got the engineering to go out there. He did the report. We went to the city to submit the documents. We were rejected because we were missing funds. I requested the check. We submitted the documents, which the question I was going to ask Miss Percy. I'm sorry if I said it wrong.
Percy?
You said something about a structural report. It was missing something. I just didn't get it. It was, I think, the story. I just want to make sure because I was writing an email to the engineer right now.
Okay, so the repairs that needs to be made on the building, that's one. And then the number two is the missing numbers of stories on line number 1I.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, thank you. I just wanted to make sure so I could write it in my email.
And I'm also gonna mail you out that a copy of the comments by the end of today.
Okay, if there's any chance, if you could mail it to the office. I keep on receiving mail to the property. And I know that we had changed the address.
Have you changed it in some bids and on Miami-Dade County Property Appraisal? Because that's what I get the information from.
If I'm not mistaken, I'll check some bids as I speak. The mailing address does give it to my office.
Yeah, so this is where I'll be mailing my information to. Okay? That's the information I have.
Yeah, this has been already updated. The suite, instead of 1D, it's 2G1.
Okay, you said 2G1?
Yes.
But the same property address right there.
Yes, it's the same.
Okay, 2G1, I have it. Thank you.
No problem. Sorry.
All right. There's no notice issue because you all appeared at the last hearing in February, yes. So you knew then what needed to be done. So I'm not convinced that the condo association has been acting in good faith here. I appreciate Jamilet, you're trying to put on their best face and try to be helpful. But I don't like it when condo associations just totally blow me off away, and think that they can get away with it. I'm not going to let them get away with it. They're going to have to do what they have to do, and if they need a special assessment or a loan or
we already did that. We already did the special assessment.
So what I'm going to do is, I hear you. Okay, so I don't want any more excuses. So what I'm going to do is as to number 6, I am going to ratify the fines accrued to date. and fine in favor of the city. The fines accrued to date are in the amount of $500 per day and assessed costs in favor of the city. The fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. As to case number 7, same ruling based on the testimony of the code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, showing that the property has been out of compliance since March 20th of 2024. I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500. I'm sorry, yes. $500. And assess costs in favor of the city. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. Unless the condo association wants a foreclosure of these liens that the city is going to file, they better act quickly. That's all I can say. And I know you've probably done your best, but you're dealing with a board that doesn't seem to understand how important this is. So thank you again, Ms. Hernandez. I appreciate it. Let's move on to the next case. We're running out of time. We want to finish this by 2 o'clock if we can.
All right. Moving on. We have Louie. I believe her son is available to assist her.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, so please enable your audio and video. You should have received the message to allow you to enter as a panelist.
Okay, I thought you went to work.
I did. I had to come back. She was telling me she needed me. We've been on the Zoom for like 3 hours. We thought the case was dismissed, but she said that it wasn't.
We haven't even gotten to it yet.
So
Anyway,
we need you to enable your audio and video. There we go. Thank you. All right. I'm sorry. This is item number. Your mother's name is Margaret, right?
Yes. Correct.
Item number 10.
Thank you. So we'll go ahead and read that into the agenda. Item number 10, Margaret Ade, case number Ade, case number CETRA 2023-00017. The officer on this case is Gennaro Murillo. Miss Ade, if you can please raise your right hand. And translator, could you please also, well, I guess Mr. Louis, you'll be translating for Mom, right? All right, so if you can raise your right hand as well. Do you solemnly swear and affirm that testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do.
I do.
Thank you. Gennaro, proceed.
Okay, so how you pronounce your last name? Is it Daoud or Daoud?
Daoud.
Daoud, okay. And is it your mother that's there?
Yes, that's my mom.
What is her name?
Margaret.
Margaret. Okay, and you're the Margaret is the owner of the property at 905 Northeast 129th Street, correct?
Correct.
You've been cited by the city for tree abuse, hacking, hat tracking, cutting, improperly cutting a tree at that address. Do you understand the nature of the charges?
Go ahead. Yeah, do you understand the nature of the charges? She said she called somebody to sort of like cut the branches because there was a whole bunch of leaves always fall on the floor, and it's like she has to get it raked a whole bunch of times. And so she had somebody come and cut the branches off. And when she did that, the city... Go ahead. Then she see that the person that did the work didn't do it the way she wanted them to do it.
Leave that picture on there. Leave that picture on there.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, let's leave it. So leave the picture on there. So it was this lady
Yo voy on lettre ban moi.
They sent her a letter.
Mal city ya.
She went to the city.
Yo m'rele nan téléphone yo dit c'est pour me payer $88.
She called on the phone and they said that she was supposed to pay $48.
$88.
No, $88.
M'ale l'autre boa m'oué avec madame yo rele madame Viala.
She went to the city and she spoke to a lady by the name of
Mrs. Viala.
Mrs. Viala.
M'paye money order $88.
She paid a money order of $88
Parce que yo dit pied bois mouri.
because they said that the tree had died, which the tree is not dead. The tree is actually back to its normal condition.
Okay, what was the $88 for?
Madame nan dit pour me payer $88 pour pied bois que yo coupé mal.
He said because the tree was cut wrong. That's what the reason for the $88.
And who did she give the $88 to?
Madame Viala.
Miss Viala. In the
Okay,
city.
I, at this point, I want to pause and I want to hear from the code officer. I want to know anything about this $88 business. What kind of tree is this? Is it a protected tree? What is the violation, and what is the fine that the city, what is the width of the tree, and what is the fine called for in the code section that deals with hacking and hat tracking and all that other stuff?
Yes, Your Honor. Can you hear me? So
Yes.
the $88 they're referring to is they apply for an after the fact tree removal permit on January 31st of 2023, but I don't zoning never closed this. What I see that they only pay the fee, but I don't see here that they never got an inspection for an arborist or a permit was issued.
You're not showing that a permit was issued?
Yes.
You didn't
In
cite,
other words,
you didn't cite them for that, did you?
well, I cited them for the tree abuse because it wasn't properly cut, but they had to go to the zoning department and obtain and trying to mitigate obtaining the whatever they required them to do. So I guess here they required them to get an after the fact tree removal permit, which I see here on the note, but they only pay the fee. They never, I don't see that they obtain an inspection and the permit still remains open.
All right, let me get some clarifications from you. Number one, is it my understanding that a permit is required in the city of North Miami to cut down a tree of a certain size, with some exceptions? You can cut down a dead tree, you can cut down non-natives, I understand all that, but in general, to cut down a tree like this, you need a permit.
Yes, Your Honor, they need a permit from zoning, which at the moment when I was patrolling, they didn't have the permit. So
Okay.
that's what.
Would the city grant a permit in this case to do what this property owner did with that tree?
So in the violation, that's why I refer them to go to the zoning department. And from what I see, yes, they visit the zoning department and they open up and they pay a fee for an after the fact tree removal, which with that said, I guess that then they were approved to get an after the fact permit to mitigate the violation. But since January 31st, when they make the payment, what I see here, they never got an inspection from arborist or the permit was issued.
Okay.
All right, Magistrate, just
Yes.
apologize. I did get in contact with CP&D, Department Services. So they put in an application January 23rd. for the hat rack and after the fact permit for the hat racking, but just nothing was done after that. So they need to reach out to CP&D as Gennaro stated.
Okay.
And for clarification, when it comes to tree abuse, typically it's considered a irreversible, irreparable act in nature.
I
However,
understand that. I was
yeah.
going to say that. The act is done. Okay.
Yeah. However, the city was giving them the option to obtain the tree removal permit to remove the tree entirely as a means of mitigating this and going through the tree mitigation process as a means of not finding the property owner directly. We're trying to work with the property owner instead of just issuing them a violation and citing them monetarily.
Yeah, my understanding of the process in North Miami is that this type of cutting is not allowed. Even you can't get a permit to do this. You can get a permit to remove the tree altogether if it happens to be deceased, but that what I see in that picture, is that something that code believes is appropriate? Even
no, you're absolutely correct.
Even with a permit?
You're absolutely correct. It would not be allowed. That's why the permit is for the tree removal. They would have to remove the remaining aspect of the tree.
That clarifies it, because yes, that condition that I see in this picture has never been allowed in the city before.
Absolutely.
You can't even get a permit to do that.
That is correct.
That's basically, and lucky for the tree if the tree survived, but in all likelihood, that's not going to survive. It may, for a little while, it may give you some leaves, but that's not survival. What happened here?
That is correct. That's why.
Would you like to see an updated picture of the tree?
Okay. No. Wait a second. Well, I'm not an expert on trees, but that type of cutting has never been approved by any city that I know of, with or without a permit. Now, having done it, there's some consequences. Number one, you got to pay a fine. Get a permit if you want to put another tree there. Get a tree permit, or to eliminate it altogether, and then you have to do what they call mitigation, which means that you have to put up another tree at least as big, maybe bigger. Am I misstating it, Jose?
No, that's on the gist of it. We were just giving them the option as a means of bypassing the fines, since they do have to do the mitigation process. If they did the mitigation process, we would be more lenient and not impose fines. We didn't want to double tap the resident.
Okay, and I appreciate very much what you're telling me, because as I look at your code, if the tree is greater than 36 inches in diameter, which this one appears to be, I'm not sure, it could be 18 to 36, I don't know. But at 36 inches, the fine is $3,000. I'm sorry?
Let them finish.
According to the code, which I have in front of me, 5-2309, tree abuse prohibited. It says that less than 18 inches, it's $500. 18 inches to 36 inches, $2,000. Greater than 36 inches, $3,000. And that's for a first offense. For the second offense, it's double. Am I reading the code correctly, or am I just blowing hot air?
That is the land development regulation for the requirements for that. I do believe that the Department of Development Services, specifically zoning, which oversees the tree mitigation, has a little bit of discretion as it relates to the monetary amounts. They could either have the tree replanted or a new tree planted, or pay the fine. I believe they have the discretion on choosing or allowing the resident that option.
All right. So Jose, do you know how wide this tree is?
I don't have that knowledge offhand. I don't. I think as a means of working with the resident, I'm fine with granting an adjudication and granting them more time to try to resolve the permit with the correct department. I don't want to hold it up too long. I'm also okay with setting a minimal fine, if any at all. But as long as they work with the correct department and obtain the after the fact permit, I'm okay with not having a fine imposed as long as we do have the adjudication, if that's fine with Your Honor.
All right. I'm sure this was done innocently. Many people don't know that you need a tree permit, and many people don't know that you cannot do to this tree what this contractor did, leaving a stump pretty much. So I will go along with the city's code enforcement officer's recommendation. They tend to be more on the lenient side than I would be normally. Normally, I would have assessed a very heavy fine, but having heard from the property owners and being mindful that they didn't know better, and they're willing to work with the city to try to address the issue. Planning and zoning may have some suggestions or trees that may be put in lieu of this one. What I'm going to do is I am going to assess a minimal fine of $100 for the tree abuse, having been done without permits and without consultation with the Planning and Zoning Department. I am also going to do you want ratification, or you want a compliance date? What I'll do is I will find in favor of the city on this violation. In addition to the $100 fine, I will give you a compliance date of July 24th, 2024. You have until July 24th, 2024 to get the permit, work with the city staff to determine how to address this issue. In other words, what the city calls mitigation. Maybe putting in another tree or more trees, whatever the Planning and Zoning Department decides is the right thing to do. And in the event that you do not get the permit and comply with the city, I'll call on you in a minute, and comply with the city's request to address this issue of mitigation, there will be a daily fine of $250 until you comply. Okay? Questions from the property owner?
The lady that originally came, she told us that we had two options: to get a permit to remove it and plant another tree, or pay a $300 fine. The tree regrew. It's just like it is. It originally was. So that's the reason she didn't remove it, because the tree, she didn't plan to kill the tree. She just planned to cut the branches off, so it at least give us some time where leaves don't fall on the floor. But the tree is not damaged because the tree regrew back to its original condition. So that's the reason she didn't remove the tree or plant another tree.
All right, you addressed that with the tree people at the city. As far as the $300 that you were told that you would be fined, I gave you a break, and I'm asking, and I'm requiring you to pay a one-time fine of $100, not $300, $100. But I am telling you that if you do not comply with whatever the city believes is necessary to address the issue, and I don't care if the tree survives or doesn't survive, it doesn't matter. You have to satisfy the city's Planning and Zoning Department as to what happens next, whether the tree goes or stays, or whether you put in a new tree or do whatever you need to do. I'm going to give you until July the 24th to work it out with the city. If you work it out with the city, I will never hear the case again. if the city says you've got to do something and you don't do it by July 24th, I'm going to start finding you on a daily basis. I believe I said $250. Is that correct, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Okay. So that's that. I mean, that you got off easy. I was going to fine you $3,000, by the way, because that's what the code says. That if you cut a tree this big, you have to pay a fine of $3,000. That was going to be my initial reaction to it until the city came to your defense and said maybe there's a way to work this out without penalties to the property owner. But I do want to establish the precedent that when you cut down a tree like this, you're gonna pay a fine.
Yeah, she didn't know that you had to get a permit to cut a tree in your own yard, but then she was told.
Not to cut, but to imonder. Vous direz ça en français, imonder. C'est pas cut.
She didn't cut the tree. She just cut the branches off.
C'est moi planté.
Yeah,
and she's the one that planted that tree.
What she did is not allowed. It's illegal.
Okay.
Okay.
And she's the one that planted the tree.
Excellent.
My plant. Même si c'est moi-même qui plante pieds en main, moi.
Even if it's her tree, her plant that she planted in her yard, she still gets fined.
Look, the cities are very strict on tree cutting. You cannot cut a tree. That's one of the regulations that is in effect countywide. Even the county has a tree ordinance. Every major city in South Florida has a tree ordinance, and they all have pretty much the same requirement. You cannot cut a certain tree. Bushes, you can play around with. Small trees, branches, you can cut tree, and you got a branch that's making is a danger to your neighbor. You can cut some branches, but this went beyond just cutting a branch. This is basically the whole tree, for all intents and purposes. So I don't want to spend any more time on this. You got a break because the city was very nice to you. So and I also gave you a break that your fine is $100. And I'm giving you until July to work out the permit issues with the city. And with that, we're going to end discussions. If you have any other questions, call the code office. Next
What's the number to the code officer?
Thank you, Magistrate. One second. The code officer's contact number is 786.
Got it down. 786.
498.
786-498. Give it a second.
5601.
786-498-5601.
Yes. Inspector Murillo.
Inspector Murillo.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You as well.
All right, Magistrate.
How many more cases do we have?
I would have to count. We got quite a bit.
Okay.
We have Miss.
Let's get rid of as many as possible because
yes.
I can't stay very much longer. Okay.
All right. We just had one more individual, Liliana Lopez, who we've been trying to get her video working. So I guess if it's not working at this point, we'll just have to either postpone or move forward with that case. Liliana. Where is she? She was just here.
I see her. She's there.
All right, perfect. Thank you. She's here for item number 15 and 16. NJZ 1215 Inc. MHVIO 2023-01019. Item number 16. NJZ 1215 Inc. MHVIO 2023-01023. Ms. Lopez, if you can please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you're about to give in these proceedings shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Please say I do. We cannot hear you.
No audio.
There we go. We can hear you. Please say I do.
Okay, I do.
Thank you.
I swear I do.
The officer on this case is Brentley Daniel.
All right. I have a feeling, Ms. Lopez, that I've seen you before.
That is correct.
We have seen each other before. Was it on this case?
No.
No.
Okay, this case involves two cases actually. One involves
extermination.
Okay, I think okay, I got it. Extermination violation. The other one is repair loose tiles on the steps. You're aware of these violations, are you not?
Yes. May I
Okay.
speak?
Can you address whether you're gonna fix
I
them?
did. I'm a matter of fact, we did address other tiles that was loose in the property, and today I have my worker there fixing that exact tile that Officer Daniel showed us.
All right, let me see the pictures on 15 first.
Your Honor,
Go ahead.
Number 15, that's just for the extermination report, which Ms. Lopez already provided. So there's no need to go into that.
Okay,
So
so
15 is closed.
Correct.
We can
15
close
is
that
closed.
violation. How
It's
about
just 16, the loose tile.
the loose tiles?
All right.
Just that.
Okay, that I saw that picture before. That shouldn't take more than a half an hour to fix.
No, the guy is doing it, and I'll send the picture to the officer today.
He's okay. He's doing it right now.
Correct. I have my worker
right.
there now.
Okay, I'm not going to adjudicate the case. I'm going to table it. If it's not done by May 22nd, which is later this month, then I want to hear it at my next hearing. So if that's the only other case that we have, then we're done.
Thank you, sir. Have a good day.
Bye.
Thank you, officer.
You're welcome.
All right, Magistrate, we're going to go and proceed with from the beginning. Item number 1, there's no one else and no other attendee in the registry. So item number 1 is 12773 West Dixie Highway LLC. Case number is CEFOB 2023. The officer on this case is Gennaro Murillo.
Why don't you read number 2 also?
Oh, yes. Oh, number 2 is 12773 West Dixie Highway LLC. Case number is CEZCU 2023-00741. Gennaro is the officer as well.
Okay, first one is business tax receipt, BTR. The second one is a certificate of use. Do they have it or they don't?
No, they don't, Your Honor.
Okay, and you proper notice?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you spoken to the owner?
No, Your Honor.
All right, I would suggest that, you know, whatever notice you give, I don't know whether you notify the registered agent or the office or the corporate address or the president or whoever it is, even though it's not required. I think it's also important that you provide notice to at least one other source. I'm not requiring you to do it. I'm just telling you from experience that sometimes the registered agent has changed, or the name on Sunbiz, or the name in Tallahassee may be, or the county may be different. So I'm just suggesting that, and I have no problem with what you're showing me. I accept the fact that you did everything properly, but sometimes you got to go a little extra step if you really want to get their attention. I hope that my order will certainly get their attention. I would definitely send it to as many people. You may want to send it to if this is a code, if this is a condo, maybe the president of the condo association or the secretary or somebody there. Anyway, as to both cases, the order will be identical based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violations still exist. Proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city. Set an adjudication, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated. This is as to case number 1 and case number 2.
Okay. Next case we're going to call is item number 3. Christel Enterprise LLC. Case number is FYBRR 2023-00021. The officer on this case is Shawnee Pressy.
All right, officer.
Wait, hold on one second. I'm so sorry.
This is a 40 or 10-year recertification. Property address 13499 Biscayne Boulevard.
They're not in compliance yet.
They're not in compliance. Have you had any conversations with them?
I posted notices. They have not responded into any notices. I sent out, posted on a property, sent it out certified mail, nothing yet.
Okay. All right. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the code officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated. I would encourage the building official, if we don't have compliance by the time that I've set forth, that perhaps an application before the Unsafe Structures Board might be appropriate, and if necessary, full demolition of the property in the event that the Unsafe Structures Board deems it necessary. I'd like to stay on top of these 40-year recertifications, post Champlain Towers. I don't want a collapse to happen on my watch. So with that said, I'm ready to go to the next case.
Item number 4, Forest Place LLC. Case number is CEMHS 2022-00473. Previously found guilty by Magistrate Smith with an abatement date of June 15, 2023. Fine set at $500 plus the $100 assessment cost. And item number 5, Forest Place LLC, MHVIO 2022-00432. The officer on this case is Christopher Colson.
Mr. Colson, compliant with either one?
Good afternoon. No compliance with either one.
Okay. Now I noticed that there's two. I guess there's two elevators that are not subject to that have not complied, or
yes, two elevators.
Two violations.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. Yes, 2 elevators in 2 different buildings. Same property, but 2 different buildings.
Okay. Have you made an effort to contact the owner or the manager?
I've been in contact constantly with the property manager, the secretary, the property manager, secretary, back and forth. We gave them several extensions. They had a company before working on it. The company fell through, and their rebuttal basically was it's something to do with the owners. So at this point, I told them I've done all I can. I can't hold y'all out of court anymore. I'm going to bring y'all before the magistrate thinking, hey, we'll get the, I said, y'all already been before one time, thinking that'll get them here today to say something else, but nobody's here to represent them today.
Okay. I did a little research, and which you provided for me, Sunbiz. It shows John Brunetti as manager. If memory serves me right, the Brunetti family owns or used to own Hialeah Racetrack. So I understand the older Brunetti has passed away, and there may be some issue with the estate, but I would suggest that you send a copy of my order to the Brunetti family.
Okay.
And see, because they have the ability and the resources to deal with these issues, and the fact that they may not even know about it may be the reason they're not responding. But I would contact the Brunetti family and maybe their counsel and tell them that we're about to lien the property. Okay. All right. Yes. Same thing, I guess, with the 4 and 5 are the same. So based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code enforcement officer, the photographs and evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since the abatement date of June 15, 2023. Well, Well, that's the number 4. Number 5, had there been an adjudication on number 5? I don't think so.
No, no adjudication on number 5, just number 4.
This is only on number 4.
Yes.
On number 4, I find in favor of the city, ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500 and assess costs in favor of the city. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. As to number 5, I will say that the testimony supports the city's position. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th, 2024. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move on to item number 18. Paula Castillo, case number CEBPR 2022-00713, previously found guilty by Magistrate Smith with an abatement date of October 19th of 2023, fine set at $500 plus the $100 assessment cost. The officer on this case is Christopher.
Nobody present on behalf of the owner?
No.
No.
I'm showing Wilfredo Castillo as the owner, maybe? No, that Paula Castillo.
Paula Castillo is what I have here.
Okay. All right. Any compliance?
No, not with this one. They had two different. They had other violations they have complied with, and they had another one they had to get a permit for. They have received that permit for that for after the fact. This one is still outstanding for after the fact. I did reach out to them. I did properly notice them. I didn't hear anything back on this one. That's why I brought them to court. But they did read after the fact for the other one, but not for this one. It's pinned. It's in the system. They did something, but I didn't. Nobody reached out and talked to me this time.
Well,
I checked.
They should have been here. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code enforcement officer and the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since, I guess, abatement date was October 19th.
Yes.
I find in favor of the city, hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500, says costs in favor of the city, authorize the entry of a lien, and the fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
All right, perfect. All right, moving on to item number 21 and 22. Ramona Cedino, case number CEBPR 2023-00798, previously found guilty by Magistrate Kazoo with an abatement date of February 21st of 2024, fine set at $500 plus the $100 cost assessment. Case number item number 22, Ramona Cedino, case number is CEBPR 2023-00799, previously found guilty by Magistrate Kazoo with an abatement date of February 21, 2024, fine set at $250 plus the $100 cost assessment. The officer on this case is Christopher Colson.
Any compliance on either one, 21 or 22?
At this time, the magistrate, there's no compliance on 21 or 22.
Okay. I'm gonna, first order will be only as to 21 because the fine is different.
Okay.
Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code enforcement officer and the evidence presented, reflecting that the property has been out of compliance since February 21, 2022, I find in favor of the city, hereby ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $500 and assess costs in favor of the city. The fines shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance. As to number 22, based on the testimony of the unrebutted testimony of the city's code enforcement officer, the evidence presented showing that the property has been out of compliance since February 21, 2024, I find in favor of the city and ratify the fines accrued to date in the amount of $250. Assess costs in favor of the city. The fine shall continue to run on a daily basis until there is compliance.
Okay. The next case we are going to call is item number 23 through item number 29. So item number 23, Royal Palm Apartment LLC, MHVIO 2023-00883. Item number 24, Royal Palms Apartment LLC, MHVIO 2023-00884. Item number 25, Royal Palm Apartments LLC, case number is MHVIO 2023-00885. Item number 26, Royal Palm Apartments LLC, case number MHVIO 2023-00887. Item number 27, Royal Palm Apartment LLC, case number MHVIO 2023-00888. Item number 28, Royal Palm Apartment LLC, case number MHVIO 2023-00889. And item number 29, Royal Palm Apartment LLC, case number is MHVIO 2023-00890. The officer on this case is Gennaro Murillo.
Okay, let's start with 23. Repaint or pressure wash the entire property, including all doors. You want to show me some pictures?
Yes, Your Honor.
Certainly. Give me
all
one
at
moment.
once Since all of them, they were serviced the same date.
Yes, one moment. Let me get access. Share screen.
While you're at it, if all the pictures that you're going to show me relate to all of the violations, show them to me one time so I don't have to go through this every case because we have a whole bunch of them. And,
okay, so each case has, depending on the officer, they probably put a different picture for each case. So I'll just open them as he go through them, so you'll see all the pictures all at once.
Okay, and while we're seeing the pictures, the officer can go ahead and tell me what the violations are. Let's go through the whole list of beginning with 23 all the way
23.
down to beginning with 23 all the way down to 29. Is that it? Yeah, 29.
Yes.
Yeah, so this is the photos for 23.
All right, Mr. Code Officer, go ahead and tell me what the pictures show.
You sure that's on 23?
23, let me go back again. Let me click on it just to make sure. I could have went, yep, that's the one I have for item number 23.
Keep going down, just in case. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Okay, that should, this case, the one that you're showing should be 24. Item 24.
Number 24. Let me show you what you have for 24.
Well, 24 has to do with soffits and fascia boards. The pictures you were showing me were, okay, that's what I saw.
Yeah, because some of the photos are duplicated. 24? This is 24.
That's 24.
Oh, I'm sorry. So then I had the
23 is paint and pressure wash.
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I put the wrong note here. Okay.
No problem. So we're back on 23, just so you know.
Okay. So for item number 23, all these violations were open into the property at just 12285 Northeast 5 Avenue. This was what I was conducting an annual housing inspection on March 1st of 2023. So for item number 23, they were cited for they were cited to not having pressure wash or painted the entire property. And then we go to item 24, Your Honor. Can I keep going?
Yeah, I already saw the soffits. Show me the fences and the walls.
Yes, and for item number 23, it was to take the necessary action to repair the deteriorated deteriorator's office and fascia boards. Item 25, it was to replace or remove the damaged fence on the back.
25.
Show me a picture of the fence, please.
On this
Magistrate, not to interrupt, but I just received a call that the property owner is on the phone for this case.
That's not good enough. He has to be here live.
No problem. Thank you. We'll move on. Go ahead, Gennaro.
So this is for the damaged fence on the back of the property. For item number 26, they have not provided proof of a recent extermination report. For item number 27, they were found in violation for
repaint the laundry room.
Repaint the laundry room. For item number 28, to obtain an after the fact builder permit for the stucco work that was done on the back of the door of unit 6 and on the roof of the back unit, as you can see. And for item number 29, it was to remove all the trash scattered on the back fence. For all these items, I had a reinspection, a final reinspection of April 17 of 2024, where there has been no compliance. The notice to appear was posted on April 4th, and it was mailed on April 16 of 2024.
Is the on 29? Is the trash still there?
Yes, Your Honor.
And the fence hasn't been repaired either.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. I've looked at each one of them individually, and we'll start with number 23. Based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists.
Magistrate, you froze. I'm not sure.
I'm moving.
Okay, you're okay. There we go.
Okay. I don't know. Something happened to my internet for some reason. Hang on just one second. Maybe I can get my internet to do a better job. Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, item 23, I find for the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated. On number 24, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer, the photographs and the evidence presented depicting that the violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city and set an abatement date of June 20th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of, so you're talking about soffits and fascia boards, $250 until the violation is abated. Number 25, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. Those fences look awful, and they need to be fixed. I'll tell you what, and I'll set an abatement date of May 22nd on the fences, and if they're not fixed by May 22nd, the fine will be $500. On 26, extermination violation, I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of May 22nd. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated. And all this means is that just get a report from an exterminator that there are no rats and vermin. It's not a big deal. I don't know why people take so long to do these annual housing inspections. Finally, on 27, based on the unrebutted testimony of the city's favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of May 22nd. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated. On number 28, which is an after-the-fact building permit for work done on the back door of Unit 6, I find for the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $350 until the violation is abated. On 29, which is the trash in the back of the fence, the back fence, based on the testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the photographs and evidence presented showing that the violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of May 22nd. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $500 until the violation is abated. And that concludes that particular property.
Yes.
Hang on one second. I know the owner called. I can't take a phone call. He has to be present. I would also encourage the code officer to, if he hasn't done so, to also contact the registered agent. Do you normally serve the registered agent on these cases? You do?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, because I'm showing a Carlos de la Osa CPA. I believe he's an attorney. He's the registered agent. I just want to make sure that the registered agent is aware of it also. Okay? All right, let's move on.
All right, the next item on the agenda is item number 30, San Souci Condos, case number CEZCU 2023-00749. The officer on this case is Gennaro Murillo.
Your
All right.
Honor. Yeah, so this case
Go
was
ahead,
open.
officer.
This case was opened on January 18 of 2023. So the property address 11930 Northeast 19 Drive. The case was open for not having a certificate of use. As on my final inspection of April 17 of 2024, there has been no compliance. Notice to appear was posted and was mailed on February 4th and April 4th and April 16 of 2024.
Okay. Again, here, when you deal with a condo association, sometimes the right hand doesn't know what the left hand is doing. You have managers, you have board members, you have officers, you have individuals. The more information you send them, the more people you reach out to, the better chance you'll have of compliance. So don't be shy about serving everybody and put the pressure on the board to act and comply, because they're a disaster, some of these condos. Based on the testimony, the unrebutted testimony of the city's code compliance officer and the evidence presented depicting that the cited violation still exists, proper notice has been given. I find in favor of the city, enter an adjudication and set a compliance date of June 20th. In the event of non-compliance, there shall be a daily fine of $250 until the violation is abated.
All right, Magistrate, that does conclude
Thank you.
everything on the agenda for
All right.
today.
I am relieved. It took a little longer in some cases, but we had some technical issues on others, but finally we were able to do it within a reasonable time. I will see you soon. When you're ready, let me know, and I'll go ahead and sign the orders. To the director, I'm happy that I'm working very well with the department and that everything is being done and handled very professionally, and I appreciate your professionalism, all of you. You're great. I wish other cities would do the same good work and diligence that you all do. And trust me when I tell you, I'm having a conversation with the mayor of the city within which I live on Friday, and I'm going to tell him that he needs to have his code officers follow the same professionalism and due diligence as you all do.
Thank you. Thank you.
You are
Thank you, sir.
far and away a better department than the department that I deal with where I live. So anyway, have a great rest of the day. See you next time.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Magistrate.
sir. Likewise.
Great, thank you. Bye-bye.